The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Shadows crawl. People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blasted feels so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
Good morning, my beautiful people of YouTube. It is Dolly back in the house again. And as you can see, we're going to be talking about the California wildfires today. More fires have started up, more things burned, thousands of acres, more people dead. Oh my! But first, of course, make sure y'all leave y'all's DNA on the like button just in case you ever go missing and Dolly got to come hunt you down like a damn bloodhound. I'm going to need your DNA on file. Also, if you're brand new and this is your first time tuning in, or you've tuned in 100 times and you never subbed up to the channel, sub up to the channel, ring the bell for notifications, help us hit 63,000 people. We can do it, but I'm going to need your help. Like I said, today we're going to be covering the fires that are going on in Cali. They're still burning pretty strong. New fires breaking out. Like I said, thousands of acres destroyed, thousands of homes burnt down, businesses, people dead, pets lost. It is just crazy. It is almost apocalyptic. It's so bad in Cali. And let's don't even talk about, the damage this fire has done to the air that people are breathing in California. How many people in 2 years from now are going to be diagnosed with different types of cancers from breathing in all this smoke? Now, of course, people are telling you, oh, it's no big deal. Just, use little, filters in your home for the air. But does that really help when you're breathing in burnt plastic, burnt metals, burnt just chemicals and different things like that? I believe that air is just completely toxic. And you're in the LA area, the California area where the fires are burning and raging. You need to be wearing the proper mask. Stay inside as much as you can. Just as deadly as those fires are, the air you're breathing can be just as deadly. All right, so we're going to jump into some of the news that is going on today. Let me share this screen with you guys. And we're going to be covering a little bit of everything that's going on in that area today. All right. We have multiple sources pulled up, scanners, fire scanners, different news channels. We just don't want to miss anything. It's been a couple days since I covered the fires. I was praying that, that they would go out, right? That they would get it under control. Chatty Jen, thank you for being a member for 21 months, but that don't seem to be the case. Okay. And, there's a lot of people that's been arrested for different charges, for arson, for setting fires. It's been predicted that all California needed was the right winds and the right fire, and this whole place would burn to the ground. Okay. And like I said, days and days have went by. They still haven't got this fire under control. It's contained a little bit, but not under control. So let's jump into this.
Been shut down temporarily. Critical fire danger. We'll have that much more coming up.
All right. All right, let's pause this. Let's jump over here to the sky cam while that's on news. And like I said, you can see a lot of these fires from the aerial views that are going on. And it's just total devastation. I mean, it looks just as bad as it looked. And they've been dumping water on this thing all night long. And them helicopters, when you see it dump the water, that fire is burning so hot. It just seems like it don't do anything to it, right? You just seen a helicopter drop water on that fire. It didn't even look like it dimmed the fire a little bit. I mean, this thing is blazing. Time that water hits that hot fire, it's turning to steam. California, y'all need some rain. Okay, y'all need definitely some rain. This is Ventura County, California. This is where the newest fires have broke out. It's a sad situation that California is going through. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you guys. And if you're just tuning in, there's like 350 of you here so far. Go ahead and make sure y'all hit that like button for me. If you're super cool, I mean, only the super cool people. Now, if you are lame, you ain't got to do this. But if you super cool, right, and you good peeps, I want y'all to share this on your Facebook. But I don't want you to if you lame, all right? No lames. Only cool, good people share my video on Facebook. What about seeing why can't they put sand on the fire? Help. I mean, I don't know why they can't put sand on the fire. You know, I don't honestly know. I'm not a firefighter, so I'm learning more about, how they extinguish these fires and what they do. I didn't even know there was planes that could land in the water like that and scoop up water without stopping. That was brand new to me. I'm on the East Coast here. We usually don't have wildfires like this. We have some wildfires, but they're usually pretty small and they get contained really fast. And usually we live in a swampy area, so the land is really wet, so it's not easily to burn. And we don't have that dry air like you see in California. Just shared, I sent you the original 5 fires and their conditions. Okay, I will pull that up real fast. Give me 1 second, PJ, and thank you for that. All right, I have my Facebook open, so if anybody sends me anything that we need to see, just send it right over to my Facebook. These are the 5 current fires. The Eaton fire. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this over here so we can go through it. The Hearst fire. Let's see, 97% contained. Ardo fire, Santa Clara River. It don't have any type of containment. The Palisades fire is 14% contained, which ain't much, right? Let's be honest, that's not much. The Eaton fire is 33% contained. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Okay, let's pull this down. That goes over which fires are contained and which fires ain't. So basically, none of them's even more than halfway contained. All right, so we got a lot of stuff still burning, a lot of stuff still going on in Cali.
To the forest just because of the fire danger. And take a look at this. One of the areas of concern is Ventura County. And last night into this early morning hours, we saw a fire break out in the riverbed there. About 75 firefighters working very hard to keep that fire from spreading. It started in the river bottom near Ventura Road.
How does it start in a river bottom?
Drive. Thankfully, it did not spread. The fire is not contained, but we're told those flames are out now, and firefighters remain on the scene just in case. Now, Ventura County, just one of the many different areas of concern. They include Calabasas, Agoura Hills, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, Malibu Coast, and right here in the Santa Clarita Valley. That is the latest. We'll send it back to you.
Still
All right,
burning
Gigi,
strong.
Thank you. Winds seem to be a little stronger there in the Ventura County area or the Santa Clarita area in LA, northern LA County, Samara.
Yeah, we're seeing, unfortunately, those wind conditions really coming together, and really depends on your location where Gigi is at. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. And where Mario
Oh, a
is
car
at,
started
winds
on
were
fire,
the lighter
Flippy.
side, but of course, we are anticipating winds to gradually get stronger as we move through the rest of the morning and into the later part of today. We may get a little bit of a break from the winds later this afternoon, but the winds are expected to ramp back up sometime late tonight through at least Wednesday morning before we get winds backing off and the winds reverse. So we'll get more of an onshore push, and that's going to enhance the humidity, but that's not going to arrive until at least Thursday. And there's even a hint, a chance of some precipitation, some light showers that could take place in SoCal.
That would be great.
We'll take anything we can get sometime on Saturday, but we've got to get through this latest round of strong Santa Ana winds with red flag conditions that remain in place and extreme wildfire danger with those strong.
Okay. Dolly, how do I get a hold of you? I have a missing person who needs to get on the air. The best way to get a hold of me is if one of my mods could post my Facebook, the Jimmy Jams TV, or you can email Jimmy, Jimmy, Jams, JAMZ, like Zorro, 757 at gmail.com. Do you guys hang out here because you're rebels? What the hell does that mean, 3.Dave?
Gusts could range of 50 to 70 miles an hour. Still very strong, but not as
well, good morning to you.
Widespread as last week's windstorm. Wind advisories could push other locations to 45 miles an hour. They're the wind alerts for the Riverside and San Bernardino County areas and downwind through the Santa Ana Mountains. You've got to be extra cautious as driving through those canyons passes, those crosswinds. If you're driving a high-profile vehicle, those campers and trailers, you may want to rearrange your travel plans. We're already clocking in winds.
There you go. Thank you, Chatty Jen.
The last 24 hours, and as early as 3 o'clock this morning, Magic Mountain Truck Trail clocked in at 72 miles an hour. Those strong gusts. Sandstone Peak, the west end of the Santa Monica Mountains, at 60.
Yes, I think a lot of these fires were purposely set
in terms of how strong the winds are. The dry and offshore conditions, due to this big area of high pressure, a little upper level support, and that's what's helping to create these stronger winds. And the breakdown: wildfire smoke due to the wildfires is going to impact much of Southern California. There's the onshore push set to arrive later this week with a slight chance of showers, and temperatures are really going to cool down. We have you covered traffic-wise as well. Taking a look at some of the fire zones, you definitely want to stay away, especially along PCH. Both directions still shut down.
Oh, you're watching on Jams TV?
Tunnel,
Okay.
Canyon Boulevard, Mulholland Drive.
That's just my backup.
Continues to be shut down. And to Gigi's point, the Angeles National Forest shut down due to, again, those winds and fire danger. Here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob. Call.
Okay, well, we know that, a lot of people have been seeing, especially if you watch Twitter, X, we've seen a lot of people out here starting fires. Now, I ain't saying that these people started these fires that we're seeing burn, but there's other people out there actively trying to commit arson, basically, right? We've seen people get tackled with blow torches. We've seen homeless people setting fires, people putting out fires. So I ain't saying that has anything to do with the fires that are raging right now, but I think some of this was purposely set, okay? Like by people. This ain't, I understand dry, it's dry out there, and, these brush fires start up, and some of this have spread from other fires. But, they say the original problem of this starting this whole thing, especially in the right there in California, was, somebody had a little fire in their garden, in their backyard, the Palisade fires, right? It was a little garden fire that spread to, thousands of acres being destroyed, homes being destroyed, businesses being destroyed, all because of a little fire in somebody's garden. People are saying it's an energy weapon. Okay. I ain't really into the conspiracy. That's more of a PJ thing. Okay. But I did see, I just inform you guys on what I've seen. I've seen somebody post a picture of a bridge, and the bridge was completely burnt, but trees around it and the bushes around the bridge wasn't burned at all. And then they were saying, of course, this is an energy weapon. Now, I don't think, purposely they're trying to burn down California. Like it was on the Joe Rogan show, and they were predicting, hey, a fire in the right winds could burn California completely to the ground. And we're seeing that. And a lot of that is because of these high winds. At the time this fire started, there was 60 to 80 mile an hour winds just ripping through California. And that caused a lot of these fires to spread. I mean, they were jumping because of the ambers being, pushed a mile down the road. So they couldn't keep up with the fire because the fire was spreading faster than they could put one out. So it's just a combination of the high winds, and at the time, lack of water, unpreparedness. Let's be honest. The governor and the mayor, they've kind of let the people of California down, that they was unprepared for this, that the fire hydrants wasn't filled. The water reservoirs wasn't filled. They just wasn't prepared for this. And now they're paying the price for it. Thank God that so many volunteer firefighters have come from other places, and help from around the country has moved in on California to try to contain and control some of these fires. And right now, it don't seem to be like it's super spreading really bad, right? But it's still raging out of control. So the same thing happened in Hawaii, no water, and there's a lot of conspiracy people out there.
Masks are now available across Los Angeles.
So the city is distributing hundreds of thousands of masks at public libraries,
They
recreation
need
centers,
to.
senior centers, and local nonprofits to help protect residents from poor air quality. Officials recommend wearing these masks outdoors if you smell smoke, see ash, or when the air quality is bad. To find
You need better masks than that.
Go to our website, foxla.com.
Donations are pouring in at the Westside Food Bank in Santa Monica.
It's partnering with Santa Monica College to collect much-needed supplies for people devastated by the fires.
We just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
Another donation drive is taking place later this morning from 9 this morning to 5. This is at Santa Monica College's Bundy campus. 3171 South Bundy Drive. They are looking for clothing like sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and packaged underwear and socks, and also importantly, they're looking for baby supplies like lotion, wipes, bottles, baby clothes.
Those mystery drones, I don't know.
And also phone chargers.
A lot of the mystery drones were on the East
They will
Coast.
accept gift cards. Find the donation link on our website, foxla.com/links.
You can also join Fox to support families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation here would enable the Red Cross to respond to and help people.
Well, I don't
recover from
think a lot of this
disaster.
was accident.
Visit go.
Some of it maybe. Some of it may have been on
You can
purpose.
scan that QR code. We'll leave it up there for a second.
Just
for you.
in
It's
my
right there
opinion.
on the left side of your screen.
All right, let's check in with
And people
Melvin and
caught
Jen. What's
setting
coming up
fires, they
on
need to
Good
put
Day
them
Life?
under the jail right
Yeah,
now.
good morning. So, of course, firefighters, they are gaining a little more control over these wildfires, but strong winds are back in the forecast we've been talking about all morning long.
That's right. Our team of reporters and meteorologists will have the latest for you on the Southern California wildfire. With many people losing their homes due to the fire, are there enough homes for those displaced? Still ahead this morning, an expert will join us to break down what the housing market looks like right now.
All that and more coming up. Good Day LA at 6 starts right
Well, it's only
after
going
the
to make
break.
houses more expensive because there's less places to live, right? So it's only going to push the prices of houses up. Supply and demand is going to make whatever houses are still standing more valuable because there ain't as many places to live. And let's just be honest, a lot of these insurance companies canceled their policies. So a lot of these people are never going to build their homes back. And this is just one of those opportunities for rich people to come in and scoop up land. Okay. They don't have enough room for all the rich people. Well, now these rich people are going to come in and they're going to buy this land and they're going to build bigger houses on the land. Now, myself, if you're in a fire zone like this, I would recommend building your home somewhere else but people all the time build their houses right in the middle of places that they know are going to get destroyed. You know, we get hit with hurricanes a lot here on the East Coast. Okay. Constantly every year, hurricanes, pretty bad hurricanes hit. I live a little bit inland, so it ain't so bad where I'm at. But as far as the ocean front, you know, the Nags Head area, it gets wiped out all the time. And it seems like every couple years they're rebuilding all them houses. Okay. So why would you build a house somewhere you know is going to get knocked out? Now, if you're wealthy and you got good insurance, I guess it really don't matter. And you got another home. But why would you build your only residence in a place that, you know, could get hit or could get destroyed? We got 351 likes on this video, and we got almost 600 people in the room. That means half of you did not hit the like button on the way in. That's not good stats, okay? That means we're batting 50-50 with the likes this morning. So if you're just coming in, do me a solid. Hit that like button, and then once you do, don't cheat. I'm looking right at you. Look, I see you. I'm pointing at you. I want you to like the video, and then I want you to shout out in the chat room where you're watching my ugly face from, okay? So it's time to represent your city, your town, your hood, but only after you like this video. And if you're super cool, and I mean not a lame, I want you to share this on your Facebook or on your Twitter. X, baby. You know, I still can't call it X for some reason. I don't know why. I see Michigan in the house. I see Canada, Ohio, Myrtle Beach. Good to see all y'all beautiful people this morning. East Texas. All right. Good to have you, East Texas. Flint, Michigan. Don't drink the water. Maine, Missouri, Florida, baby. North Carolina, Arizona. The 757, 2 up, 2 down. New York, Nashville, Australia, Northern Virginia, Cali, Alabama, Nebraska, Florida. I can't get everybody because it's moving so fast. New York, Johnson City, Tennessee. Been there a bunch of times. We're at 574. Awesome. You guys are great. Keep those likes coming. Share this video. We're going to be here with you today, just going over this stuff and some other stuff. I may throw a little bit of true crime in later. We may watch some videos. You know, all depending on what's going on in the fire situation.
From our sister station in Washington, D.C., she is live for us in the Pacific Palisades or Santa Monica this morning at a National Guard checkpoint. Stephanie, what does it look like? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, not a lot of activity earlier, but now we've been seeing more vehicles go up and down. National Guard telling us
You don't know its
security.
name.
These are not just regular
The Ventura fire? Yes.
getting through. I'm going to show you that checkpoint behind us here. We're on West 26th Street and La Mesa Drive, right off San Vicente Boulevard.
National Guard, making sure you don't loot.
You know, credentials as well to get through here. They were telling us that outside of the perimeter, there's warnings. You'll see cones to get through, and then once you get to a perimeter checkpoint, they're allowing residents to leave if they want, but you cannot go back in. This is a very serious time here in this neighborhood, especially. We know with the warnings in place. Thankfully, the good news is LA County.
A lot of water on the fire.
Last night was that we are not seeing the same heavy flames in the Palisades fire that we saw last week, but they're still seeing heat. And as you know, we're just in that critical time period that they laid out Tuesday to Wednesday when we could see possibly hurricane force winds pushing the Palisades fire. Crews have been working very hard to clear brush around the homes, trying to protect Fernwood, Montanado, Topanga Oaks, and Sylvia Park neighborhoods should the heavy winds push the fire there. Now, this morning, we know the Palisades fire is at about 14% contained, burning nearly 27,000 acres. They want you to take these notices very seriously. The other side of operations includes canvassing the areas that are most impacted. The recovery effort involved here. We know at least 8 people have been killed by the Palisades fire, and they are still looking for 6 others. The curfew, guys, is also still in place until 6 a.m. this morning, with authorities making very clear if you are warned to leave an area and you do not, you could possibly.
As far as SPCA, I don't know to answer that question. I'm not from Cali. I'm from the East Coast. I'm just kind of monitoring what's going on with our West Coast brothers and sisters. So I don't know the area super great myself. All right. So I'm sure you could go online and find, you know, animal shelters that do need help in that area. I know there's a lot of pets that have been misplaced, and, you know, they're going to need homes.
Papers, your documents, get your pet food together, medications, your credit cards, cash. Just be prepared earlier than later. That's the very latest here from the grounds. I'll make sure to send it back into you, but have another update maybe in about a half an hour or so. Guys?
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Yeah, more on those winds. Today.
Yeah, I'm hearing 20 plus dead.
Back up again, but how strong are we talking, Maria?
You know, very similar to what we've been experiencing, really, and we've had some key wind gusts overnight.
And we knew this death toll was going to rise. Let's be honest, guys. They're still pulling bodies out of rubble places. And we're at 20 plus now of unalive people. I don't want to say that, the big bad D word. And I believe that's going to rise a little bit. Hopefully not too much. And they get these fires contained, the power of prayer, for our California brothers and sisters. And of course, I do have the phone lines open. If you want to discuss the fire with us today, let me put that phone line on the screen so you guys know it. If you want to call in and chop it up about what's going on in California. Now, like I said, I'm from the East Coast. I'm not super familiar with all the areas in California. I do know what's going on because of the news, and I've been, following it. But, like I said, I don't know every road by heart or everything exactly. So I just want this to get under control. I figured it would be out by now. Definitely not out. Dolly. Hello.
Good morning, Dolly. It's Alamo City here.
Hey, Alamo City. How's it going?
Pretty good. I actually had watched JLR yesterday, and it tripped me out. There's a family that owns like the Fiji Water Company and I think Pomegranate, and they own 75% of the water in California.
Okay.
Now tell me, how can a public citizen own that much of the water supply?
They can. I know there's a situation where this man bottles water and he sells it to other countries, and he's bought up one of the biggest water supplies in our country, and he was filling bladder ships with water, fresh water, and sending it to other countries and selling it. So they tried to shut him down, and they actually changed the law that you couldn't fill up bladder ships. So he started bottling the water and selling it to other countries. And that's our largest freshwater supply of water. And he owns all the land surrounding it. So you can't get to the water, and only he can.
That's wild. It blew my mind. My adult nephew had come downstairs. It was pretty early yesterday morning. I was listening to it, and I didn't know he was listening. He said, they own the water? I said, yeah.
Yes, it's very much true. And it's people that own the surrounding land to the water, and they're selling off one of our national resources, right? This water should belong to every person in the United States, and it don't. And because if you can't if you can't get to the water, it ain't your water. He can do whatever he wants because he bought up all the land. He forced people off the properties around it, bought up all the land, and now he owns the largest national well in our country. So he's the only one that has these resources to it, and he said he's going to sell every drop of it.
This might kind of sound silly, but I don't know. I've been thinking about, why can't they just use the ocean? It's right there.
Yeah, because I guess, some of the salt water does damage to, stuff trying to grow back and things like that. Yeah. So causes landslides and different things. So that's why they don't tend to use a lot of, and it tears up a lot of their equipment.
Yeah, I thought about the saltwater thing. I was still in the hospital, and I had watched a news story, and they were talking about this grandfather that told his son and grandchildren, y'all need to get, it was some kind of a special pump and a generator and something for their pool.
Yeah.
So they could use their pool to, fight fire. And that's what they did. And they even took their equipment to other neighbors' houses, I guess, that had pools, and they were, helping them as well. So yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, I really couldn't wrap my mind around the ocean thing, but you were so right about that salt water.
Yeah. And hey, well, look, hey, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah,
Alamo City.
All right. Bye, PJ.
All right, later. All right. So yeah, it does damage to the land. It does damage to their equipment. they rather use fresh water, but there's only so much supply of fresh water. And yeah, our national resources here are being sold off. It's crazy that you go to the store and a bottle of water is $3. Okay, $3, and somebody owns that water. Now, as a U.S. citizen, I believe all the water in our country belongs to each and every one of us. That you can't own the water, but if you own the land around the water and nobody has access to the water, then it's yours, right? And like I said, there's a man, he was the most hated man in the country at one point until that dude bought out that pharmacy company that controlled the AIDS medicine. I would have to look his name up, but like I said, they changed the laws because he was selling off our water. Dolly. Hello. Hello. All right, going once, going twice. All right, guys, if you call in, turn me down in the background. So if you call in and I can hear myself in the background, I'm just going to end the call and not take your call. Okay, so if you're calling in, to turn your volume down in the background, because all it's going to do is cause an echo, and it's really loud in these headphones that I'm wearing. So let's try to avoid that.
Could be derailed today or undone by the expected return of powerful Santa Ana winds.
Gigi Graciet, Live Force.
Here comes these winds again.
More on this story. Gigi, how's it looking where you are?
No real wind here, Melvin and Jen, and obviously that's a good thing. And we were in the San Fernando Valley earlier, and things were also calm. But the National Weather Service is warning that this is yet another PDS. That's a new term they're using to describe particularly dangerous situation. And Jen, I just heard you talking about those embers. And when you have those fires where roofs actually collapse, they trap hot spots underneath them. And so you've got hot spots burning, even though you can't see any smoke, even though you don't see them. If those embers, if the ash rather were to blow away by those high wind gusts that we're expecting, they could send those embers flying and cause a whole new fire, and that is the concern. Now, overnight, take a look. We did see a fire in Ventura County, in the city of Ventura. Oxnard Fire joining Ventura Fire to put this one out, limiting it to only about 55 acres. This fire started in a riverbed near Ventura Road and Auto Center.
How did that start?
Firefighters working very
a car
hard to
fire
keep
is what
that
somebody
from
was
spreading.
saying.
Areas of concern this morning: Calabasas, Agoura Hills, Fillmore, the eastern San Gabriel Mountains, Malibu coast again, and here in Santa Clarita. And we just learned the Angeles National Forest. Everybody is taking this new event even more serious than they normally do, and they take it very seriously, by the way. They have shut down the entire Angeles National Forest starting today through Monday. It is not scheduled to reopen to the public until Monday. It is closed because of the critical fire weather. Reporting live, I'm
Can't
Gigi
be a car
Graciet,
fire in a
Melvin and Jen.
riverbed.
Thank you, Gigi.
Ambers blowing in the wind.
Conference that happened yesterday that fire crews are stationed in staging areas throughout Southern California, bracing for this next round of wind, and that includes tanker trucks as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the genuine sentiment, is that they are more.
Good morning, Lady Butterfly. 6 months.
They are in key positions, and they are anticipating, these winds and what's happening. And it seems as though they're keeping things under control.
And neighbor to neighbor, right? You can be vigilant as well. If you see something, of course, as we always say something.
Yeah, we have to, especially in those crucial first few minutes, because that's the time frame where if you don't get it in control within the first 15, 20 minutes under these weather conditions, that's why we call it explosive fire growth potential. When we have these red flag warnings, it can explode and spread so rapidly and can happen in an instant. So I'm so glad that they're shutting down the Angeles Forest. I think we were just talking about that, Samara and I, how often these fires can be caused, 85% caused by humans, whether it's accidental or intentional, but we have to shut it down where these things can occur, especially during these weather conditions. It is so dry. We have had enough.
They start giving people for arson life in prison. This would stop.
Ever since we've started keeping records.
Good morning, Joanne. Welcome to the Dolly train.
If you're getting ready, heading out the door, yes,
Lilith,
it's easy.
thank you. 5 months member.
some cold air
Come on, get
filtering
on the
in,
train.
especially in some of the wind sheltered areas. It is really chilly.
Put your
and we
seatbelt
have those
on.
frost advisories and freeze warnings. 17 degrees in Lancaster right now, 50s in Camarillo. Look at Burbank, just 41, barely out of the 30s. Downtown LA still in the 30s this morning, 39 degrees, so it's cold. 10 degrees in Big Bear, 37 in San Bernardino, and out towards Temecula, it's 31. How much cooler is it than it was yesterday? And by the way, yesterday we were talking about how it was cooler than the day before. So it's 17 degrees cooler this morning than yesterday at this hour.
Poor
11
leadership.
degrees cooler
Yes.
in Oxnard. Look at all the
Amen to
areas
that.
with those really chilly temperatures. And so the frost advisories are in effect for this portion of Ontario, Riverside, Temecula, also up into portions of the high desert, Lancaster. Very chilly indeed.
I don't know, but there's a lot of
advisories in
crazy
effect
people
until
out
about 9
there.
o'clock. The sun will be up by then. It'll start to warm things up. Strong Santa Ana winds will continue, as we mentioned.
So I'll share a little story with you guys. This morning I went to get breakfast. Okay. So I go to get breakfast. I go to Waffle House because it's the only thing open. I got up really early. Patty, thank you for joining. Good to see you. Welcome to the Dolly train. Get on, get you a nice seat, get you a nice window seat, buckle up, make it a little bumpy. So I go in there, I'm eating my breakfast, and right across from me is like this, I don't know, looked like a 70-year-old homeless woman, like, you know, had her bags with her, and she was head first on the table asleep, right? So I'd be eating my food and she just glance over at me every now and then, you know, and I was thinking, okay. So I told the waitress, I could tell she was homeless, right? Just an old woman, old homeless woman. So I tell the waitress, I said, hey, ask her if she wants something to eat, and whatever she wants, put it on my bill. Okay. So whatever she wants, I don't care what it is, get her some coffee, get her some food, things like that. Right. So the waitress goes over to her. I don't talk to the lady, so I don't know. It says something to her, and I'm thinking that she's going to get her some food, you know, and the waitress never comes. I'm waiting for him to bring the lady her food, you know, some hot coffee and some things like that. So apparently the homeless woman turned down the food. Okay. And I was like, dang, you know, I was just trying to do a good deed, right? Because I was watching this life coach yesterday, and he was talking about paying things forward and how the universe works in, you know, it's a video on law of attraction and bringing wealth and abundance into your life is what the video I was watching, right? So it's one of these things, you know, pay it forward, help somebody out, do something good, right? So I was trying to do something good, and she turned it down, right? So the lady, the waitress comes back up to me, and I said, did you get the lady some food and some coffee? She looks cold, right? And she was like, listen, I think the lady's a little crazy. You know, I've offered her something like 3 different times, and she's like, orange juice. And then she'll go, no, I don't want the orange juice. Right. So she's like, I don't know what's up with the lady. She may be a little cuckoo. Right. So I'm thinking, damn, I tried to help, I try to do what I can. All I can do is offer. I can't force the lady to eat something, right? And you could tell she was homeless because she was sleeping on the table, not her body on the table, but she had her head on the table and was just laying there. She had a book and she had her head in the book. So I get up to go to leave, and she's sitting by the door of the Waffle House, and she looks at me and she goes, I'll take an orange juice. Right. So I bought the lady an orange juice, and I said, you sure you don't want some food, ma'am? And she was like, no. And then I tried to hand her $5, and she said no. She's like, I just take an orange juice. So I bought her an orange juice and left. So I did do a little bit of a good deed, but I tried to feed the lady and give her a few bucks, but she refused. I guess, I guess the pride thing. I mean, I don't know, but if you see somebody in need, you try to help out the best you can. I wish she would have accepted the offer and took, because, she looked hungry. I was sitting there eating. She's looking over at me, and I'm always one of them people. I can't eat in front of people. Like if you hungry, I'm not going to sit here and eat in front of you. It just ain't something I do. So, but here's the thing, guys, just like I told you in that little life coach video I was watching, is, pay that forward, help somebody else. And when you do that, right, it'll come back to you, right? Even though my offer was refused, I try to put some good into the world today. And I recommend you guys do the same thing. Okay. And you won't even know it, but it'll come back to you sevenfold in this world.
support for the LAFD during warm-ups. Then pregame, Rachel Platten sang her hit fight song as Rams fans that made the trip to Arizona showed their love for the city of Angels. And retired Super Bowl champion Ram Andrew Whitworth addressed the crowd and everyone back here in LA.
We are strong. We will not be defined by this devastation. We will rebuild LA. Hand in hand.
It's going to take years.
For as long as it takes and whatever it takes, we will build it together.
My thing is, why LA? Why don't y'all do something for the homeless? Okay. I mean, now y'all got a lot of extra land. Why don't y'all build some huge homeless shelters? All right. There's people, literally 75,000 people living in tents around your city, pissing on the sidewalk. Okay. Do something about that. Okay. That's what I'd say. Do something about that. Like, you know, Virginia has homeless. Like I said, I tried to help one out this morning, but it's not 75,000 people, you know, living in tents all over the city. That is insane that, you know, they're not helping these people. I understand right now y'all got wildfires going on and things like that, but y'all need to do something about the homeless community, affordable housing, and just care for these people, right? It's insane. It is absolutely insane. I was watching right before these wildfire videos kicked off. I was watching videos because, you know, I've been wanting to go to LA. I've never been there. I wanted to hit, you know, Sunset, Hollywood Boulevard, just to see it before, you know, I hit the grave, you know. And I was watching these videos and everybody was like, you know, well, I don't even like going to California. You know, it's shitty. It smells like piss and like all these horrible things about LA. And I'm thinking, and then, you know, they're showing these videos of homeless encampments and the homeless all over the city and people pissing on the sidewalks. And I'm just like, you know, there's lack of bathrooms, right, for the homeless. And this is one thing I said about Savannah when I was in Savannah, Georgia. Savannah, Georgia has a really bad homeless population, right? For such a nice area, beautiful place. Savannah's beautiful, right? But the homeless population is so bad. When you walk down the streets of downtown Savannah, right on the water, beautiful, vintage, like old school, you know, really nice. The whole place smells like piss. Okay. The whole place. Like, I mean, it's burn your eyes, pissy smelling. So, and then you look for a bathroom, everything's no public restroom. Here, see, we got homeless at the beach here, right? We do. But what we have is I think 10 blocks or 15 blocks is a public restroom, big one, right? Multiple stalls, toilets, showers. So the homeless community at the beach, they're not pissing all over the beach because they can walk right up there, go take a shower, go to the bathroom, do whatever they need to do, you know. And then there's an attendant for these bathrooms that stay there till most of the day, right? So if there's needs toilet paper, they restock it and stuff like that. And I think it's one of the reasons that Virginia Beach, compared to a lot of cities, is so nice because we know people need a place to use the bathroom. Literally in Georgia, you got people shitting in bushes. Okay. Same thing with what it looks like in LA, even though I ain't been there. I've been watching YouTube videos on it, and that's how people are explaining it. And I'm like, well, that reminds me of Savannah, you know. And when you don't push any laws of, you know, people living on the streets, and this is the thing about LA. They have 13,000 beds for the homeless, 13,000. That sounds like a lot, right? You go, damn, that's a lot of beds for homeless people, 13,000 homeless people. Just in LA alone, their homeless population is over 75,000 homeless people. 75,000. That sounds crazy, right? I couldn't imagine 75,000 homeless people here in Virginia. I just couldn't even imagine it. The biggest group of homeless people you see here is maybe 5 people, right? 6 people hanging out together, you know, maybe on a park bench, but you never see in the thousands and thousands of homeless people. I mean, I don't know if we just do a better job at housing homeless, or homeless people don't want to live here. I don't know, right? But 75,000 homeless people. And here's the law in LA, right? In Cali. If the homeless, you can live in a tent on the sidewalk. If there's more homeless than there is beds in shelters. Okay. This was so nice of you, Dolly. Mirror 7, thank you. That was so, see how I'm saying in the world pays it forward? Like, you do good things in this world and good things happen. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, good morning.
Good morning.
Your favorite buddy.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
You up early, Chief?
Yeah, I know. Ain't it crazy?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I didn't think I'd see you on this early either.
Well, my schedule's back to normal. I've been getting up at like 6 a.m., 5:30 a.m.
Yeah.
So that's why y'all got me early morning. But when I get up early, I go to bed early. So y'all won't get late night Dolly. Y'all just get early morning Dolly for now. Until my schedule gets effed up, and then it'll be late night Dolly again.
All right. Now I know what to look for.
Yeah. I YouTube on my schedule, on my sleep schedule. If I'm up all night, I stream all night. If I'm up early in the morning, I stream early in the morning. I just do it when I'm awake.
Yeah. Yeah. California used to be nice in the 80s.
Yeah, I've never been there. I do plan on going.
Mid-90s is when it went to hell.
Is that what happened?
And then by the millennium, there was no looking back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I used to hear good things about Cali and, Venice Beach and stuff like that. And now everything I'm hearing about it is horrific. And I mean, I'm still going to eventually go visit. I got
family out there.
Do you?
Yep. All over the place.
When I was in Vegas last, my buddies, but I had been out, hanging out, and it was late night, and they came to me. They said, well, we're going to LA tomorrow if you want to ride with us. Right. And I was tired. So they hit me up that morning to go. And I was just like, nah, I'm going to skip it. And I stayed in bed in the hotel. So I was going to go, but I was just a little too tired. So I didn't make it to LA. So I'm going to eventually, I think the next time I go out to Vegas to see my sister, I'm going to, hop over to LA for a couple days just to visit and check it out and step around piss puddles. Cause that's what it sounds like.
There are nice spots still left there, but LA itself, it ain't what it was.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to try to visit somewhere nice in Cali. I don't want to go, like I said, if I'm going on a little vacation or something, I want it to be somewhere nice. I don't want to go somewhere I'm going to get stabbed and shot.
Yeah.
And everything they show you on TV is always nice. They only show you the nice parts. It's like when you see Vegas, right? You see Vegas, it looks all nice. You get away from the strip, you go a few blocks, it's fucking homeless people sleeping in the street, underneath the bridges, people pass out, pissing in the street. That to me is not a nice area. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what I call nice.
As far as the homeless goes there, what brought that on was California shouldn't have became a sanctuary state.
And I mean, the cost of living, if you look at the prices of houses there, like that trailer park was $1 million. To live in that trailer park near the water was $1 million. I mean, you can live in a trailer park around here for $600 a month.
Yep.
Like that, there's a big difference. We don't have I think we have one trailer park near the oceanfront. But yet the houses at the oceanfront here are expensive. They're $1 million homes, but they're not $300 million homes. You know what I'm saying? They're not up in the 30 millions or anything like that. I mean, at the most, you may have right on the beach, $3 to $5 million house.
Yep.
And that's a lot different than you see these houses in California. They starting at 33 million. I mean, like, man, you can live in the biggest house in the world here for 33 million. So it's the cost of living, is absolutely insane. And
I grew up on the South Shore of Long Island. That's where I grew up.
Yeah. I mean, how was the cost of living there?
Oh, expensive.
Yeah.
My old house in my hometown, when we sold it, it went for almost $500,000.
Yeah.
Our house here in Indiana was $285. It's a 4-bedroom, full basement, 2.5 car garage, 2.5 bath, kitchen, living room, family room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when
you get a bang for your buck.
Yeah, I mean, Virginia, the cost of living is going up here. We really always had high taxes, right? There's always been high taxes here in Virginia.
Oh yeah.
But house values, like my neighbor's house back in the day, that would have been $125,000 house. Now that house is close to 400,000. So
Oh yeah.
it's tripled at least in value.
Yep.
And I just can't even believe it. Like it don't look like something worth that. Just a basic 2-story, 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath. But you're looking at almost $500,000 now. I mean, nice. It's nice. I live in a small ranch, and even the state values this small ranch way up there too. And I'm like, this house ain't nowhere near worth that shit. They just do that to hit you with high ass taxes.
Yep.
So yeah, the taxes I just paid on. Oh my God, I don't even want to talk about how much I just paid in taxes. They tax everything: vehicles, your cars, your house, everything you do, they tax.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. All right, Chief, you be good.
You too, brother.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Yeah, the cost of living. This is the reason the homeless is so bad. It like you remember back in the 70s, a husband could work a job, the wife could stay at home, take care of the kids. You could pay for your kids to go to college, that type of stuff. You look now, if you got one job, you're going to be homeless, right? You're going to be homeless. You can't afford to take care of no family, right? Both people got to work. Husband and wives both got to work. The kids are being raised by PlayStation 5. All right. People got to work. Husband and wives both got to work.
Morning, Dolly. This is Sheila from Texas. How are you doing?
Hey, Sheila. I'm doing pretty good.
You are such the nicest person I know.
I'm nice sometimes. I have my bad days.
I know you're so nice. Hold on, I gotta cut you off here.
All right. I can be an a-hole every now and then.
Oh, I can't see that with you.
It happens. Usually when I'm half awake, I'm mean.
But that was nice of you.
Yeah.
I like doing stuff like that too.
Yeah, I wish she would have took the help because she looked like she was hungry and cold. And,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I guess that pride is, be the death of some people.
Yeah.
No,
I have had people buy my, like be in line at McDonald's.
Yeah, and pay it forward.
And, and I'd get up there and they'd say, "Oh, the guy ahead of you paid." I was like, "Oh my gosh, that was so nice."
Yeah.
And yeah, that was very nice. Yeah, that homeless in California is horrible.
Yeah.
I know. I've been watching it on YouTube too, and I'm like, that's just disgusting.
Yeah, and like all the money they got, why not build some big places that can house these people? This I don't even make this political, but there's immigrants coming into this country. They're getting housing. They're being put up in hotels. They're getting money from the government. They're getting Medicaid, and we're not even taking care of our own people. Okay,
right?
I'm more to let's take care of our people first. And I know some people don't want to help because they're on drugs and things like that. But we need to weed through those people, and the people that are not, that need help, get help, first. I hate to be like, I hate to go all Donald Trump, America first, but I say our people first. Okay. Our people first.
Right.
And then we'll help whoever we can help after that. But like, it's easy to help around here because there ain't many homeless people. Right. So if you see one, it's easy to pay it for. There ain't like, I understand in California, if you help this homeless person, then you got to help this one. Everybody's damn homeless. Right. It ain't much one person can do, but around here, there ain't as many homeless people. So you can feed the homeless person. It ain't like you're going to have to do it, every day, so
right.
I don't think anybody in this country should be going without food and shelter.
No, I don't think,
especially
that many people,
especially when it's freezing cold outside. I mean, I don't give a damn if you open up shelters for everybody in the wintertime and then kick them out in the summertime when they won't die outside, right? But it's so cold outside right now. Like this old lady was sleeping with her head in a book in a Waffle House, it's like take care of your people, especially at least in the wintertime. I mean, what is it? Freezing cold 4 months out the year. So you really only got to, house these people 4 months. And then, if you sleep outside, it ain't going to kill you.
Right. I had a cousin that died that was homeless from freezing to death. Yeah.
And that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen in our country. That should not happen. That people are left outside to die. And people will walk right by you and won't help you. Right damn by you and spit on you.
He tried to go into the Salvation Army and they wouldn't let him in because he'd been drinking.
Yeah.
Which I understand, but when it was minus degrees outside, drinking or no drinking, they could have still let him in and still tried to. I mean, he wasn't like a belligerent drunk or anything. He just been drinking.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let him in. And then he froze to death.
That's a lot of the reason these people die on the streets is because of drugs and alcohol. Well, if you're going to house the homeless, you also probably should have a unit that deals with drugs and alcohol.
Right.
And you can have people to handle these people, even if you have a police officer on scene all night long. We don't live in a poor country where people should be dying on the street and starving to death. It just it shouldn't be the case. No. And I know a lot of these people want help. I mean, I know you can't help everybody because of the drugs and the situation, but I think most of these people, especially when you see women and kids on the streets, like you gotta help at some point, right? And I don't know if it's different here because there's more help because I don't see it as much here. But when I look at California, I was like, I couldn't, it would never be like that here. Virginia wouldn't let that happen.
Well, why don't they, I mean, you've got like these movie stars that got money to help. I mean, have some kind of fundraising deal or some kind of benefit deal that will help raise money to house some of them.
Yeah. I mean, the rich always live right next to the poor. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, it's like that around the world. It's just not in America, but everywhere. The rich live right next to the poor.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter. It just matters about caring about fellow human beings. And a lot of people just don't give a damn about anybody but themselves anymore. That's it.
Well, I watched one of those YouTubes, with the homeless there. And there was this one older man, probably close to his 70s, and he had been living there for 5 years waiting for housing. It took him 5 years to finally get a home.
Yeah.
That's how long it took him.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be homeless.
I know. I have known somebody that wanted to be homeless. I know a dude that had a home. He left his home and he went to Ventura Beach and lived on a beach in the summertime. On a park bench. He'd sleep right out there with the homeless, and he wasn't even homeless. And that is the crazy thing. Matter of fact, when I was in Vegas, he was in Vegas when I was in Vegas. I was hanging out with him. And he's a dude that wants to be homeless in the summertime.
Wow.
I guess he just likes to float around and drift and sleep outside, but he does it in the summers, and then in the winters he goes back to Delaware.
Well, as long as he's not one of those that pisses on the streets.
No, he stays fairly clean, and he goes to soup kitchens, and he'll work, right? He'll go out there and get a job and sleep on a bench. I mean, I don't understand it. He's also he used to be like a minor league wrestler.
Right.
Right. So he does all kinds of weird shit, artsy kind of guy. But he travels around the country just floating, like gets a job at a carnival, gets a job driving a forklift, sells paintings on the beach and stuff, like weird stuff like that. But he'll sleep basically anywhere. Yeah. I mean, and chooses to do it. Like he don't even have to do it. I've never really understood that. He's always been a unique individual to me because the hell with that. I mean, I understand you get to see everything and you get to go everywhere, but I just don't know if I can live that rough.
Well, I just still think that they could do something about it. It shouldn't be that way. Just should not be that way. Not in America. It just should not be that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, well, look, I appreciate you calling in.
Yes, and you keep being nice.
I'm gonna keep being me. Okay, I keep being
Keep
me.
being you.
All
You're
right.
awesome.
Thank you.
All
Stay
right.
blessed.
Thank you, Dolly. You
All right.
too. Bye
All
bye.
right. Peace.
Peace.
So yeah, we got to do something about our homeless community. I don't want to turn this into a
Reporting
big
live, I'm
homeless
Gigi
thing.
Gracia. Back to you.
Good advice there. All right, thank you, Gigi. And crews continue to make steady progress against the Eaton fire that's burning in the Altadena area. And this morning, containment there stands at 35%.
Mario Ramirez is standing by for us in Altadena with more on the fire and the recovery efforts in the community. Good morning.
Good morning. We know power is still out here in the area. We've seen it throughout the morning. Utility crews making their way here through Altadena. But you see here behind me, the sun starting to rise over some of the destruction.
All right, let's take this call. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
I never get through to you. I only am because I'm home from retinal eye surgery.
Oh, you had eye surgery. I hope it went well.
Yeah, it did. I'm just
Okay.
healing. Can't see out of it yet. But
Can you see?
not out of that eye. Not yet.
Oh, that's what I need. I can't see up close. I can see far away. I just can't see up close.
So is that nearsighted or farsighted?
Ain't it farsighted? Ain't it opposite? I think nearsighted is when you can see up close, but not far away. I think farsighted.
okay.
I think I might be wrong. I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I think it's opposite of what you think it is.
Yeah, I'm farsighted.
Well, then you won't have a higher propensity for this.
Okay. I just, I can deal with reading glasses. All I need is reading glasses and I'm good.
Well, yeah, I can't see out of it at all yet.
Oh, okay. So what's going on other than the eye surgery?
I just love your show, you and PJ, and listening to whatever it is you're talking about. Even the flying drones that are going around and Martians or whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, there's something in the skies. Me and PJ have seen a few different ones, big too. Like,
Wow.
I'd never noticed a big drone ever before this happened. Now we look up in the sky and you see some huge ass drones. I'm like, that's a big drone, and I know it's man-made because it has the lights on it. It's blinking red and green, and we seen one that was almost as big as a helicopter, and it wasn't a helicopter.
Oh my gosh. Is it at night?
Yeah, at night. I'll never see one in the day. Never. At night.
I'll have to look. I live in Pennsylvania, so I'm not that far away from you.
Yeah, and I guess, maybe I never just looked. I mean, I don't know, but I've seen some strange things in the last month and a half in the sky that I have never seen before. Right? Because I
don't want to.
I live pretty close to an airport, so I'm used to seeing airplanes and helicopters because, there's naval, there's the Air Force here in Norfolk. And so I'm used to seeing jets and helicopters and, Apaches. And I'm pretty good about identifying what's in the sky. And this stuff that I've been seeing lately, like I ain't never seen nothing like it. So
maybe I don't want to see it.
Yeah, maybe it's just new technology that I don't know about. But there's some shit in the sky. I used to think people were crazy. Now I know people ain't crazy. They're seeing things and you can't explain what it is.
This whole world is freaking me out.
I mean, because drones for the most part are tiny. When you start seeing things in the sky big as a car, you're starting to think, what the hell is that? But
right?
They do have flying cars and stuff now. I was just watching some stuff on
oh God,
Elon
people can't
Musk
drive on the road.
Yeah, imagine that. Car wrecks in the sky and fucking cars falling out the sky.
People can't drive on the road.
Yeah, we're moving
in the air.
We're moving into the era of the Jetsons slowly.
I know.
So,
I know.
So what do you
watch that show?
What do you think about these fires going on in California?
That's terrible. Absolutely horrifically terrible. And I'm sorry, I don't really have much feeling for the celebrities because they have multiple homes. They can go somewhere else till they can rebuild.
Yeah,
But
it's just a losing things that sentimental value, things you can't put a price on. I'm sure even though you're famous, there's things that you got that you don't want to lose.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they are, after all, humans. But the average Joe, what are they going to do?
They're going to have to get them a tent and live next to 75,000 other. That's why should be nice to homeless people because you're only a couple bad moves from being homeless yourself. in this world. You know what I'm saying? If you zig when you should have zagged, you can be sleeping right next to them in a tent. So that's why I treat homeless people good, because shit, I may be laying next to you one day.
You might. I know. It's horrible. I'm glad I don't live there.
Yeah.
I would never want to go through that. I would not want to be caught and trapped and burned.
Especially these criminal ass insurance companies that are dropping people's homeowners insurance.
How can they do that legally?
They're doing it, and weeks before this happened, almost like they knew it was going to happen. It almost sounds like insider trading. You know,
right?
Like, how the hell do they know to drop your insurance 2 weeks before the biggest fucking fire in LA? Right? How did they know to do that? Right?
I don't know.
And then, you know, they're not going to build these people's houses back. And then it's going to take, even for the people that do have insurance, there's going to be such delay that it's going to be years before you get a house back in LA or California.
Oh my God.
What are you going to do in the meantime?
I don't know. I feel terrible for these people.
Yeah.
I mean, really do.
There should be laws against that protect you. Like, it's almost like, you know, how every person should have medical insurance. It's almost like you should have, you know, they shouldn't be able to drop your homeowner's insurance because of preconditions. Like, we know fires happen there. You know, you shouldn't be able to drop somebody's homeowner insurance because you know it's fire season.
And you were looking ahead, like you said, insider trading. And the insurance companies are the fat cats.
Yeah.
And they're getting information from somewhere.
Yeah, they're billions up, and they don't even want to help nobody. And they're, you know, it's a shame. It's absolutely a shame the way things are being ran.
Unfortunately, today's world, it's all about the Benjamins.
And you said that right. It's exactly what it is. Right? It's a paper
and who's
chase.
got them and who gets them to you. But not for the average person.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Scraping and scratching just to get eggs.
Well, you know, like, people gotta start loving each other again, trying to help their fellow brothers and sisters. You know, it's easy to kick somebody when they're down. It's hard to pick them up.
Yeah.
You know, so most people rather just kick you while you're down, walk right past you, spit on you. Don't care.
We had one of my poor coworkers. She doesn't work with us anymore, but she was 23 or 24, and her father died in a car accident on the way home one day.
Uh-huh.
And he was the breadwinner of 7 people in the home.
Wow.
The mother didn't work outside of the home because she only spoke African and French.
Uh-huh.
And so my husband, who can be a bit of a shit, immediately that night started packing up coolers, going through the freezer and getting meats and whatever we could together for them, because like you said, today is you, but tomorrow it could be me.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a shame. If we loved each other on this planet, we wouldn't see the shit that we're seeing.
No.
And you know, a lot of people walk by people and go, oh, they're just a drug addict. Fuck them. Well, don't you think they need help? Right?
Yeah.
If I was somewhere strung out on drugs, I would want somebody to help me. At least get me into somewhere to get me off the drugs. You know, like, and people don't care. They use that, oh, he's on drugs, F them. Well, there's probably a reason that person's using drugs. You have to fix the reason why people are doing what they do to help them with the problem, right? They may be homeless, depressed. Depression leads to drugs, right? And now you end up on the streets. You may want to take your mind off of reality too. So I think, you know, just because people are on drugs, should we leave them homeless because they're on drugs, or should we get them into a shelter that helps people on drugs?
Yes, we should be doing that. But again, it's all about the Benjamins and who's going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's plenty of money in this country to help our brothers and sisters. And
I agree.
It's going to make rich people richer and poor people poor. That's all it's doing. Right. So the gap in wealth is, from rich people to poor people, there's a huge gap, right? Rich people are getting super rich and poor people are getting homeless, sleeping in fucking tents.
Yep. I've already decided I'm 57. I'll probably never be able to retire.
See, that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case at all. You know, there's no retirement in this YouTube shit. I'm going to be YouTubing until I'm in the ground. So, I know the
Yeah.
feeling, you know.
I have two 70-year-old female coworkers,
Yeah,
and neither one can retire.
you know, there's people that got these private jets and drive Ferraris. They'd walk right past you and spit on you. That's the same thing I say about Karen Reed in Boston with her rich bougie asses. She got all these people taken up for her, but if the role was reversed, would she be there for you? Kind of thing.
Right.
I don't think so. But hey,
No, I don't.
I appreciate you calling in.
Good talking to you, my man.
Good talking to you. Till next time.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
All right, peace.
Bye.
See, I was watching this dude because I watch a lot of stuff on, you know, it was a guy saying people don't understand money, what real money is. Okay. You know, and it was a guy talking about investing in gold and silver because the dollar goes down, but gold and silver only goes up. Okay. So he made his wealth off of silver, and he's been a young kid. That's his money, real money, then what he says is fake money. Dolly. Yeah.
Doug from Tennessee.
Doug.
Hey, man, this LA stuff, with the technology that we have today, why can't they figure out a way to keep them houses from burning?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You can't build everything out of asbestos. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
it's deadly.
How hard would it be? How hard would it be to run a sprinkler system across the top of your whole damn house?
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
you know, right across the eave of your roof, have a pipe up there to disperse water. How hard would that be?
Probably not hard, but what if you ain't got water? They didn't have water.
But damn, they live right beside the ocean.
I know. That's what I couldn't figure out, how the house is burnt down on the beach. I was like, how the hell you live on the beach? You got damn 1 billion gallons of water right there, and nobody put the houses out. They ain't got a pump they can stick into the damn waves.
Right, and pump it right on top of your house.
Right? I mean, why not? Why not have saltwater hydrants? A couple of saltwater hydrants that don't run out of water. I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. Why not fill up reserves? Why is the governor and mayor so shitty?
But I mean, we got technology today to build houses that could withstand fireproof.
Why don't they fill some of these giant drones up that are flying around with water? You know what I'm saying? We got all these drones flying around.
Down there in Mexico Beach in Florida.
Uh-huh.
It wiped the whole town out with a hurricane.
Yeah, them hurricanes are bad.
Except for one house.
Uh-huh.
And my friend owns that house. And it's standing out in Mexico Beach, a 2-story condo, and it never hurt it a bit.
I know you've seen that stuff in Maui where all the houses burnt down except the ones that had blue roofs.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of conspiracy behind that. They were saying that, you know, an energy weapon, but it couldn't burn the houses that had blue. And I was like, but everything burned down all around this house. And that one house with the blue roof was just standing, didn't even have a scratch on it.
But you understand what I'm saying, though. If they could build a house to hold up through a hurricane, then they can build a house to hold up through fire.
I mean, if you built your houses out of cinder block and some type of, you know, metal roof, I think it would be a lot harder to. That was the thing about that house in Malibu too. It had a metal roof. If you had a metal roof, it's going to be less likely to catch on fire. And, you know, of course, it was more of a stucco type house, so it wasn't wood. So there was really nothing to ignite the house on fire.
Okay, then there you go.
I mean, yeah,
everybody that lives in California has got to have a metal roof.
But I mean, you talking, you know, then you get into more expensive houses and how much it costs to build your house and the cost of homes and different things to make a fireproof house. I mean, I don't think even that ain't fireproof. That's just less likely to catch fire.
Yeah, but I mean, we got technology today, dude. We can do anything they want to do with fire. They can blow up a damn oil well and put out a fire. Don't tell me there ain't no way they can stop this stuff.
Well, they're having a hard time. I mean, we're watching them try to do it.
I believe the insurance people pay people to set that shit up.
Yeah, but then the insurance people lose money, right? This is not good for the insurance companies because, you know, if the houses that are insured that are burning down, they're having to pay for.
That's why they dropped all of them before it burned down.
I know, that's the weird thing. Like, how do you know something's coming? Is there predictions?
But it seems like they got their payments and pay people to set shit fires.
I don't know. Maybe they just know every so often there's going to be a certain amount of fires, and they're like, okay, it's time to cancel. You know, things are getting dry. Maybe they do it by the weather. You know, when there's long droughts, they go, okay, let's uninsure everybody because there's a chance of, you know, brush fire.
I live on that beach there, and you know I live in a multi-million-dollar home.
Uh-huh.
How much is a water pump?
Probably.
How much is a water pump?
I mean,
a water pump ain't that much.
I mean, it depends what type of water pump you're getting. How many gallons of water it's pumping. I mean, they could go anywhere from $100 to $1,000.
If I lived on that damn beach, I'd pay $10,000 to have me a pump out there in that ocean.
Well, you seen there were people that use water pumps that put out their own house and kept the fire from around them with the water pump.
Right. But I mean, they should have a way to sprinkle your whole house system with water because technology today.
Yeah, they don't even want you capturing rainwater these days. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't sell you. See, I honestly believe you shouldn't have to pay a power bill or a water bill because I believe that's a necessity that everybody has to have, and that belongs to all of us. How come people can get rich off of selling me water that belongs to me?
Well, I never believed you'd be able to sell a damn rock. But they're digging them hell off for Dayton Mountain. They digging rock out of the ground all day.
Oh, they sell rocks for driveways. You ever try to buy, you know, crush and run or something like that? That's just fucking expensive. You can sell rocks. You can sell dirt. You can sell anything if you got enough of it.
And I'm talking about mountain stone. I never believed you could sell a mountain stone, and now they can't dig enough of it.
That's what I'm saying. They sell everything. They're selling the water. They're selling the power. They're selling everything.
They have these electric cars, right?
Yeah.
And you gotta plug up an electric car.
Yeah.
Anybody ever thought about putting a damn alternator on that car to recharge the battery?
I'm sure they do have. That's a good question. Why don't the cars recharge themselves?
All right, you got an 18-wheeler. It holds about 8, 9, 10 batteries. They got alternators to charge them batteries up.
Yeah, and that's a good question. That's something you need to ask Elon Musk. Why don't his cars recharge themselves? I mean, it's just like my battery in my car has an alternator. It charges itself back up. But then again, you got to remember the car is not running off of batteries, though. It's not running off of batteries. It's running off an engine, and then the battery is only controlling the electronics in the car.
But these newer cars, these electronic cars, have a damn switch with an alternator. When your battery gets full charge, cut the alternator off.
Maybe it's using so much power that it won't recharge with an alternator. You would have to have a huge ass alternator on it.
Well, no,
I mean, I don't know. That is a good question, though. Why don't they recharge themselves? Why ain't the whole car solar panels?
Because if they recharge themselves, they wouldn't get no damn more money.
That's right. That is probably exactly right. And, you know, Tesla's have made it where you can only get Teslas worked on by Tesla people. And they made it where outside mechanics can't fix the cars and things like that. It's a money thing. It's like an Apple phone. Only Apple shit works with Apple, you know. They're trying to corner the market.
But like you said, the power, the water, you should never have to pay for power or water.
I don't think so either. I think that belongs to each and every one of us.
And then when you buy groceries, you work and you get your taxes paid off. And then you go buy a grocery, you got to pay taxes again.
Yeah, on everything you buy.
Yeah, so if you go out to paycheck and your money gets taxed, it should never be taxed again for anything you buy.
I agree with you 100%. It's just like if you went out and buy a car right now for $20,000, you're going to pay taxes on that car. And then at the end of the year, you're going to pay taxes on that car again. and then again, and then again, and again forever. You're constantly being taxed for any asset you own.
But the money you bought that car with, you done pay taxes on it already.
Yes, exactly. You pay taxes on the money when you get it. When you buy something, you pay taxes for what you buy. Then yearly, because if you own property or any asset, you got to pay property taxes. I mean, I don't know if every state has property taxes, but I know Virginia does. I just paid a whole shit ton of property taxes.
Well, I got 5 acres here, got an acre on Dayton Mountain, and I'm paying out the ass on taxes.
Yeah, they get you. They get you on some taxes, boy. When they told me how much taxes I own on my property, I was like, because I have 2 pieces of property, and a bunch of vehicles, right? Some of the vehicles I don't even drive, but they still tax you for them,
Yeah.
even if they're sitting.
Insurance.
So
you gotta have tags, insurance.
I just paid thousands in taxes. I almost had a heart attack.
Well, if you ever get homeless, I've got a spot over here that's got water hook up, and got a concrete platform. You need to park your little RV camper there.
Yeah. So
I got water line hooked up there. The only thing I don't have is power run over there right now.
Well, I'm good so far. I own my home, so I'm good. If I didn't, I'd probably be homeless now. You know what I'm saying? But since I don't got to pay rent, I'm able to YouTube. If I had a mortgage payment or rent, I'd have to have a job, 2 jobs.
No, I'm not breaking. I own 2 homes, thank you.
So,
but I worked for GE for 25 years, dude.
Well,
and
good.
I worked hard.
That's good. That's good.
And I'm retired and enjoying life.
That's how it should be. And a lot of people at this day and age with everything going up, they won't be able to say that in 10 years. I'm retired, enjoying life. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, I'm working and suffering.
There you go.
All right, Doug, you be good.
All right. Maybe they'll be smart and get them fires put out some other way.
Maybe, if we're lucky. All right, peace.
Later, dude.
So, Doug started working back in the day where you could retire and save your money and do okay, right? These days, like I said, some people say, hey, there's no retirement for me. I'm going to work to the day I die or till when I can't, and then I'm going to be homeless living in California next to one of these tent cities. It is what it is. So, now they're giving out masks when really they should be giving out respirators, okay? That little ass mask, let me tell you this. Y'all might not know this, but DOLLY for years, and I went to school for this, I worked in hazardous materials, okay? For anybody that didn't know, from the day when I graduated from school, I went back to school for removing hazardous materials, right? And I'm telling you now, right? I'm telling you now, that mask that they're giving you in California is not going to help you for what's burning in that air. That is not a chemical mask that they're giving you, okay? The stuff that is burning in the air of California, the stuff you people in California are breathing in, that little mask ain't the answer, okay? I worked in hazardous materials for years. Okay, I worked for a construction company, and I was the person that would go in. Well, me and the crew I worked for, we'd go in and we remove anything hazardous out of the building. Lead paints, asbestos, you name it. Anything hazardous that has to come out of a building before that building is tore down. Okay, building containments, respiratory, the whole 9. Full face scuba mask, looking like a dude out of a damn sci-fi movie at work. That is not the answer for what you're breathing, okay? Obviously, hell no. That little mask ain't doing shit. And here's the thing you got to know about respirators and masks. If you're not completely smooth shaven, right? And I mean smooth. Every day I had to shave, butt naked, every day before I showed up to work, because I wore full face scuba mask. And I don't mean scuba underwater. I mean, it's a force fan respirator. Okay. That means you're wearing a battery pack. It has a motor in it. It has filters, and it's pumping air to you. All right. You had to take these smelling salts things every day. You had to put your respirator on and you break it underneath the mask. If you start choking and gagging, it means your mask ain't sealed. So when you came in, they had a safety person that would make sure you were clean shaven. And they'd always get on to me because I'd miss a day here and there. But you're working with like deadly shit. So you can't have no contaminants getting in this mask. This mask needs to be sealed. That type of stuff that they're saying, oh, here's a little mask. That might work in the hospital if somebody got a cold and you coughing to keep spit from flying on you. But keeping chemicals out, that ain't a chemical mask. Okay. I worked in chemicals. I know this for a fact. I went to school for it. Okay. Went to college for it. That ain't helping you. That just ain't going to work. I wouldn't wear it. You know what I'm saying? I would know to go online, and I suggest people in LA and California and people in these areas and buy you a real mask. Okay. Buy you a respirator, not a mask, a respirator with chemical filters, almost like you would see somebody that paints a car or sprays like the working man. Okay, chemical mask, the stuff that will keep chemicals from you breathing, those will filter those chemicals. That little ass, that shit ain't going to stop the common cold. Okay, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you this from experience of wearing masks every day for years. I had to wear one. Yeah, that ain't the ticket.
This morning, thank you, Stephanie, for coming down. She's live for us in Santa Monica with the latest from there. Hello.
Absolutely, guys, and you all have been doing wonderful work informing the community. This morning, we've been by a checkpoint here. I want to show you the National Guard with 2 Humvees out. This is South 26th Street by La Mesa Drive, right off San Vicente Boulevard. And all morning, what we've been seeing are some residents being turned around, but workers being allowed to go past this morning, and just hearing the frustration from some of the residents who cannot get through. Absolutely heartbreaking. Also hearing the stories from some of the workers. We'll be able to play you some of that in about a half an hour or so. But at this checkpoint, they're still warning folks, if you live within the residential community here, they are allowing folks to leave. But once you leave, you cannot go back in the area itself. It's been dark all morning. The community, a neighbor told me, does not have power. Now, with the Palisades fire, the good news is we are seeing some upgrade here from 14% contained to 17% contained. They've been working very hard to remove any brush around homes. This is the critical period that officials have been warning about Tuesday into Wednesday morning, possible hurricane force winds pushing the fire. And so they've been clearing that brush around homes, as I said.
So this means the fires are going to get worse.
Recovery front. We know, sadly, in just the Palisades fire alone, at least 8 people have passed away. 6 people still unaccounted for. I did speak with a young man who was walking around this morning and asked his thoughts on what's going on. He told me he was just coming back from hanging out with friends, actually, as part of coping with what's been going on.
It's pretty crazy. That's really all I can say, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of sad, especially being a native from LA, California. It's just sad to see the city on fire, just burning alive pretty much. It's scary for a lot of people, definitely, but we're not impacted directly, unfortunately. But we just came up here to just check it out. And
it's going to happen today, kind of on pins and needles, hoping that it does fare better than what happened last week, for sure, guys. So we're in Santa Monica again, South 26th Street, and you can see folks being turned around if they don't have the proper credentials, but security is being allowed through, as well as workers as well. Guys, that's the very latest here from the grounds. I'm going to send it back into you for now.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Let's go over to Maria as we watch things out there.
Absolutely. Just to juxtapose, right, the beauty of the start to our Tuesday with the full moon, or at least it was full yesterday. This
I seen the moon's full today.
3% full. It is the waning gibbous. It was a wolf moon, and really mostly fair skies. What you can't see right here, though, is all of that fine particulate matter in the atmosphere. So please be mindful of the air quality concerns and that smoke alert that is in place. Extreme fire danger, not just for us, as you can see here, it goes up and down
The
the
wolf
coast all the way
moon.
up to the Central Valley. And then all the areas here are shaded and circled around that purple line. That's where the potential for dangerous situation is really highlighted, and the extreme weather conditions. As we look at the fire snooper, we do like this. This is the kind of tool that the meteorologists on site that are working directly with the fire departments here, this shows us where the hot spots are. So the yellow circles here showing you where some of those winds are starting to get stronger, and then the yellow, rather the red dots, that's where we go, and we see some of the stronger winds, and those are the winds that are flirting with the red flag warnings. 41-mile-per-hour wind gusts here at Miller Ranch, and then some of the yellows where some of those winds are starting to get a little bit stronger, 27-mile-per-hour winds at Clear Creek. If we take a look at the WSI 1, or Weather 1, if I should say, we're going to fly around and see what those current winds in other areas are doing, and we're really looking at some variable amounts. Some pockets of heavier winds. These are sustained winds, not the wind gusts, but as forecast, anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. Some areas as strong as 30 to 40. Very quiet conditions right now near the basin, even parts of Orange County, Huntington Beach, not really much in the way of
Hit
wind.
that like you were just tuning in,
Parts of
guys.
that 210 freeway getting some gustier winds sustained nearing 15 to 20 miles an hour. And those wind gusts today, even this morning, potentially could get up to that 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour. Some isolated areas are seeing those wind gusts up to 70 plus. And I'll itemize some of those peak wind gusts in different spots overnight in just a bit. 41 in Burbank currently. It is chilly. Downtown LA, the same, 41 as well. So bundle up. Make sure the kids have their sweatshirt or hoodie on. 16 in Lancaster, very chilly there. 10 degrees in Big Bear. 17 degrees cooler right now than it was yesterday at this hour in San Bernardino. 11 degrees cooler in Riverside. Santa Monica, even cooler today than yesterday. Those are the areas starting with the freeze warning up here in the high desert. Frost advisories elsewhere here in the blue for Riverside, Temecula. Just a quick look at our highs. It'll be close to average, mostly in the 60s. Look how chilly in the valleys in the Inland Empire, only around 63. All right, let's head back upstairs to Stu in Sky Fox. Thanks for mooning us earlier, Stu. That was nice with the moonshot.
Thank you, Maria. I appreciate that. Yeah, the skybox is always there for a nice moonshot. Hey, let's take a look at the 710. This is going to be in the city of Commerce. From the 60 to the 5, it's a great drive. Moving north or southbound, you can see it right there. But if you're going to stay on that 710 southbound past Commerce and making your way down to the 105 down there, you might want to give yourself a little extra time. No crashes to talk about, but
Yeah,
really
right.
high volume this morning. Seems like a lot of folks are making their way southbound on that 710. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Stu. Thank you very much. Well, everybody, crews do continue to
Look
make
at
good
that.
progress in the fight
Burnout
against the Eaton
cars.
fire, which is burning in the Altadena area. The fire now stands at 35% contained.
Mario Ramirez is live in
That ain't
Altadena with
much,
the latest on the
35%.
fire and the recovery efforts. They've searched a number of homes out there, Mario.
Yes, and the search will continue, unfortunately, for human remains in some of the rubble. Now, officials a week later still don't have a full scope of the damage, and what we can see here on the ground, massive destruction. Just take a look here. We are on Beverley Way, just off of Lake Avenue, and you've got 1, 2, 3. This entire block was wiped out by the fire, and I mean, there are still cars that are torched here lining the street. So a few things that'll be happening in this area today as we show you this scene here. Search and recovery efforts continuing with cadaver dogs searching through some of the rubble, as there are at least 17 missing in this fire zone. We've seen those utility crews making their way from street to street trying to repair power lines, and fire crews, of
Just
course,
in this
still
area,
stationed throughout the
17
area
missing.
as the winds start to pick up. Now, current estimates put the damage cost around the wildfires at around $50 billion.
50
and during this
billion.
Santa Ana wind event, we know that these embers were flying around. Eventually, they started more fires making their way from one structure to the next, and basically leaving entire blocks here in this neighborhood destroyed. Now, before we go, I do want to have Brian Shaw here behind the camera just pan up and show you the mountains there, the San Gabriel Mountains. We are not seeing any smoke, any active flames, but of course, that doesn't mean that the fire is out, and those winds are bringing another round of concerns during an already tense and heartbreaking time for so many people. We'll keep you posted on the conditions. That's the latest here in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
And as far as we know, we haven't really seen any aerial tankers doing any of the dumps this morning, the from overhead. So that's also a good sign that a lot of this fire has been under control. Thank you, Mario.
Thanks, Mario. Well, still ahead this morning, LA looking to speed up the rebuilding process after the wildfires and how they plan to do it. We'll tell you in a bit.
And you know, every time there's a disaster, they're there to help. This time, right here in Los Angeles, meet the people working Jose Andres World Central Kitchen when we come back.
Okay. So yeah, you know, you hear, you know, the big fires, 35% contained. That still ain't a lot. You know, here's a little bit of an aerial. And, you know, there's a lot of people that, you know, I hear the hotels are full and these people that are evacuated, there's nowhere for them to go. Well, you know, the fire don't have to be hot to burn a car. If you set one of the tires on fire, right, which they'll burn pretty easily, rubber burns easy. It will catch the whole car on fire, and then the car will burn itself up. Dolly.
Hey.
Hey.
Dolly.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't know I got you. Awesome. I must be delayed because
Yeah.
I was listening to you and I didn't hear me call in.
Oh, yeah, there's a delay in it for sure.
So I was just calling because I'm, you know, watching the fire on TV.
Uh-huh.
And I haven't really followed it as well as I should, but do they know if some of this is like man-made?
Well,
I was hearing a bunch of crazy stuff about it.
I'm not for sure if they've said that they think some of it was man-made. They believe the Kenneth fire was started by a person, and they believe they had a suspect in that. Now, the rest of these fires, I don't know. I think the Palisades fire, they believe, started from a small fire in somebody's garden and spread.
Yeah.
But there has been people arrested for arson since this has started for also setting fires. So I don't know if the fires that are raging right now that started days ago was created by arson, but there are some people out there trying to commit arson. And, you know, with this going on, I think they should bury them people under the jail. This ain't the time to be setting no fire. No time is the time to set a fire because, you know, people are losing their lives because of these fires. You can start a little tiny dumpster fire. That thing could spread and kill 20 people, you know?
Oh, definitely. I feel like a lot of people that are going to set these fires is doing it because, I mean, they see an opportunity like, oh, there's fires happening. Maybe if I set mine, I can get this insurance money from all this because it's already happening. You know?
Yeah, if some of the stuff, do I think is being purposely burned? Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I do. I think some people are purposely setting their own shit on fire. I have no proof of that. That's just my thought in my head that, you know, like I owe on this mansion and I can't pay it off. And if it goes up in flames, you know, I don't owe this big old bill I owe. I don't know. I would hope not.
Yeah.
I would hope that people wouldn't do things like that, but I guarantee you there's something people have purposely set, you know, trying to get over on an insurance company or something like that. But the bad thing about that is you burn your house, you might burn down the neighbor's house. That shit may spread for thousands of acres and, you know, you cause a lot of bad stuff and to cause people to lose their lives. Then you charge with arson and murder.
Yeah, I mean, that's so sad too. It's like, I don't understand how the fires just for years they've just been burning and burning in California. It's crazy to me like how that's happening all the time.
Yeah, these brush fires are
way to
nuts.
start off a year, you know. I don't know.
But
This
people
year
have been
has been
predicting
wild already.
People have been predicting that, you know, this could happen. And, you know, they're showing tent cities right now. The Eaton fire, 14,000 acres burned, 35% contained. And they believe that's one that somebody started.
Yeah, that's wild too.
Yeah.
You know, oh, by the way, this is Carla Renee. I'm in Texas, but
hey, Carla.
When you said the homeless population too, out here in Dallas, one of the major cities out here, and Dallas and Austin, they have a huge homeless population too.
Do they?
They're hardly, it's crazy. It's bad.
Like tent cities?
No one cares. Yes, big tent cities. They do have like homeless shelters, but they're so overfilled, and then just the people that, you know, you get treated like crap, you're gonna treat everyone else like crap. And most of the homeless people out here are not very friendly. So they just treat everything like crap. And so no one cares about them. And it's so sad. I've
Yeah.
tried to help people and then they don't even want it. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Like, I offered the lady that it seemed homeless sleeping in a Waffle House breakfast this morning, and she refused it. She did take an orange juice though.
Oh, that's nice.
So, but yeah, I guess people get sketchy when you try to help them, thinking maybe I wanted something from her or something. I don't know. She was an old lady. I was just trying to be nice, because I didn't want to eat in front of her because she kept looking over at me while I was eating. And I was just figuring if she's staring at me while I'm eating, she must be hungry. She didn't have nothing on her table but a cup of water. If I thought she would, what made me think she was homeless is she had a cup of water. I was like, and most people sitting in a Waffle House at 5 o'clock in the morning asleep would at least have a cup of coffee. So I figured she didn't even have money for the coffee. That's why I just, it wasn't like she was filthy enough, but she was older. She had to be in her 60s, and I was just thinking, oh, this is terrible. This old woman is, sleeping on a Waffle House table and, but I guess.
Yeah, but like you said, people
she had pride.
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 Yeah.
Look, every now and then people need help. You can't let pride be the death of you,
Right.
You got to be able to know when you need help, and there's no shame in that. People made it so shameful to ask for help that nobody wants to ask for help anymore.
Right. That's exactly what I tell my kids too. I'm like, if you're not going to ask for help, like in school too, you're never going to get your questions answered. It's not a bad thing. Don't feel like people are going to make fun of you because you ask a question. Like, everybody needs help, so don't be afraid to ask for it.
Absolutely.
But this day and age, everybody just stays quiet, and then bad things happen.
Yep. Amen to that. Like, I mean, you can't, I understand the whole pride thing, but you can't let pride be the death of you, especially when it's freezing cold, you hungry, and everybody thinks everybody's bad, but there's still good humans in this world. I think so. I know there's a lot of bad people, but there's some good people out there. I mean, it may not be as many as it used to be, but there's still some good, kind-hearted people out there that don't want to see nobody suffer.
For sure. And then especially following this true crime now, like, you really got me into it a lot. I know everyone tells you that, which everybody clap because that's awesome, but you really inspired me to go and actually like listen to true crime and dig into it and all the missing people, and it's insane.
I know
how many missing people there are every day. It is insane. I never knew that.
Thousands of people are kidnapped a day. Hundreds of people go missing every day. And just the stuff we cover is just the tip of the iceberg. It ain't even the whole, ain't nothing compared to what actually is going on, because it would take so many thousands of people to cover the madness that actually is going on. It's insane. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's not many men in the true crime. I'm trying to get more of the fellas into it, right? Because I believe true crime is controlled, especially on YouTube, is controlled by women. 90% of the creators that are into true crime are women. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just that men don't really they're not into it as much. And I think true crime is one of those really interesting things. And once you get into it a little bit, you get hooked, right?
Yeah.
It's just hooking more dudes into it, and, because the more people that are aware, the more it spreads that awareness. And right now it's great because we're spreading a lot of awareness through women, but if we could get a few more guys in the circle, would be good too.
For sure. Yeah.
So,
people like you and people like you that do this, we would never know any of the tips of the icebergs if it wasn't for you guys talking about it, because the news hardly talks about it.
Oh yeah, the news.
And like you said about getting more guys into it, I only see like a few, and I wouldn't even say that they're true crime people, but that just barely talk about it that are men. And I do agree with you. There should be more men to talk about it too, to get them into it, because I've tried to get my husband to listen. I've talked to him about it. He's like, I don't want to hear about that. And I'm like, you should. You really should, because we have kids. This stuff happens.
Yeah. I mean, I've always been a little interested in true crime, but if you would have been you would have said to me 3 years ago, hey, you're going to have a true crime channel, all you're going to be doing is, I would have been like, you're crazy. You're absolutely. I wouldn't have believed it. I mean, I was into it a little bit, but I wasn't consumed by it. These days, I live true crime 24/7. So when I'm not here, I'm looking at true crime. I'm watching true crime stuff. I'm watching documentaries, and so yeah, it's one of those things. Once you, it's like a drug, and you get addicted to it.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
hey, but look, hey, I appreciate you calling.
No, I appreciate you answering my call. It was good talking to you. We'll catch you later.
All right, you be good. Peace.
All right, you too. Peace.
Yeah, this true crime stuff is addictive, right? Like it totally is. And now is what we're covering right now true crime, right? No, this is more of a event, a tragic event that's going on. But some of the things that are happening, right? It's crime. Like when your government's taking money and they're pocketing it instead of building infrastructure for your town or your city or being prepared for national disasters, that is a crime. Okay. Some of these fucking people should be locked up, right? This is, they completely dropped the ball on their people. Except the people setting fires. That's what I was about to go into. And people looting, that is definitely crime, right? That's what I'm saying. Some of these people that are taking this money and pocketing it, and it's not going into the fire departments, they're cutting budgets, right? And then everybody in politics is getting a raise. Is that true crime? I would say that's crime. And on a major fucking scale, that is crime. This goes into these people of power lining their pockets with money instead of protecting their own people. So I guess it's true crime. It falls pretty damn close to the true crime. Dolly's first true crime channel I watched and still watching years later. Best channel on YouTube. Thank you, Pat. Thank you. I'll send you a check later for that plug. All right. But something needs to be done. Something needs to be done. Some of these people, I think, that are in control right now, they should be, voted out, or they should step down, because they failed their people. Days and days later, stuff is still burning. Now, if they would have had water, would these fires be more contained? That's hard to say. I think they would, though. If they had the resources that they needed, if the fire department didn't lose $20 million of their budget, would they been a little more prepared for these types of fires? If the reservoirs were filled, would some of these fires already be out? I mean, I ain't a psychic, but I think we would be better off if these people took some of that money and did the right things with it, and they didn't. I'm late, but liked on the way in. Thank you, Chicken Pot Pie. That's better than some people did. Some people came in, didn't even like the damn video this morning. So, they're still searching with cadaver dogs for victims of these fires. What did they say in that one neighborhood alone? There's like 17 people not accounted for. And, we know the death tolls at 20 plus already in these fires. And are some of these fires possibly created man-made, like somebody started them? There's still possibilities that is the case. People still going to jail for setting fires. Like, we need to bury them people under the jail. Bury you, right? Because this is horrible, and a horrible situation where people should be coming together to help everybody, and people out there trying to destroy more property. Not good. People, these looters, oh my God, right? You got people that is the worst time of people's lives, right? What they're going through right now in California, the worst wildfire California's ever seen. And you got people out there breaking into homes when people leave them so they can steal your damn TV.
Wildfires. LA's 12 major pro sports teams have rallied around the city, collectively donating more than $8 million toward the relief efforts there. In meantime,
that ain't much. That's $50 billion worth of damage. $50 billion.
The Vikings in round 1 of the NFL playoffs, but their wild card matchup moved to Arizona because of the fire danger. Rams players showing support for the LAFD during warm-ups, and then pregame, Rachel Platten sang her hit fight song as Rams fans made that trip to Arizona, showing their love for the City of Angels. Retired Super Bowl champ Andrew Whitworth addressed the crowd and everybody back here in Los Angeles.
We are strong.
Take millions as a CEO of a company and never spend a day in jail.
After he spoke, they held a moment of silence for all the victims. So much love and compassion on display in Glendale, Arizona last night. The Rams did beat the Vikings 27-9.
With everything that's going on with our community, everything that these guys have gone through, I thought they epitomized and they represented the city the right way. You talk about sports offering a platform for people to come together, offer a little bit of temporary relief. And I thought the way that our team competed tonight was what it looked like, is that they've gone through over the course of this season. And I'm really proud of them.
There was definitely every excuse in the book to come out here and be lethargic and you know, woe was me and all that, but we knew you know, we weren't playing just for us, playing for people back home that needed something to you know, watch and enjoy, and I'm glad we could give that to them.
I just think about it. Some of these guys have lost homes themselves. They certainly have friends and family who might be in similar situations.
Yeah, sports just give us, they bring us together, give us a sense of community, a sense of pride, and I think in this case, Jen, a little bit of a break.
A little bit.
You know,
a little bit of a mental break. Yes.
That, yeah.
It's deeply needed.
Yeah, well, still ahead this morning, Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen has arrived in Southern California. We'll show you how they're helping fire victims.
They always answer the call there, and thousands of people have lost their homes to the fires. And coming up, we have a real estate expert joining us to talk about navigating the real estate market during a crisis.
All right. So I'm just getting some of the videos you guys have sent me. What I found out about the fires.
Could you imagine if we were in a 407?
Or right by the
Could you imagine if we were in a 407? Well, when, yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
All right, let's take this call. Dolly.
Oh, yes, it's Julie from Colorado.
Hey, Julie.
What was the subject we were going to talk about?
Well, we were just talking about the fires in California, the homelessness, whereas these fires started by people, you know, just in general. We're just generally talking about the fires in California.
My grandsons just flew to Ventura yesterday.
Yeah, well, there was some fires that broke out over the night in Ventura. So
it's beautiful out there, though. If you can afford it, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I've never been to California. I've been close. I just never made it to California.
Plants and flowers and everything's awesome.
Yeah, it seems like you know, they need to, you know, get the homeless thing under control, handle some of these fires, and they need better leadership. I know that.
Well, we have churches here. They should open their doors for the homeless down here in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, you know, some of these churches are good, and then some of these churches, you know, like they just bank millions of dollars, and then when it comes time to help people, they don't do shit.
The Catholics, they feed them and everything. But anyway, you have a happy New Year, sir.
Okay, you too.
Bye.
Peace. Yeah, like, you know, here's the thing. Like, I support good churches and good Christian people, but some people use God to make millions and millions of dollars. They do. Okay. You look at some of these preachers that are flying these private jets and own 15 houses, and they're driving Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Now, I understand you're spreading the word of God. God's going to bless you. You know, I don't think he's going to bless you with all that, though. That's when you look greedy and like a piece of shit. And, you know, like I said, some of these preachers, like your Joel Osteen, that dude probably walked past you if he was on fire and not throw a cup of water on you, right? These people are going to be the people that burn. Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins in this world. Being just a greedy ass person. All right, let's get back to the news.
I wanted to show you something pretty here. We've got some snow, you guys.
Ooh.
I know, excited about this. This is up in Big Bear, a local resort. It's so cold.
Well, up in the mountains.
Just an hour ago, and they've been making snow during the overnight hours. We did get that fresh snow, a week or so ago, and we may get some snow this weekend. Hopefully, the models are pointing to just a 10 to 20% chance at this point, but hey, we'll take what we can get, and perhaps some new snow above 5,000 feet.
We need some snow where the fire was at, right? We need some snow where the fire is
a little
at.
bit of rain as well from the system that we're watching, because that would help us out a lot for mitigating fire danger. The winds are blowing right now, not too bad at this hour, thank goodness. They've been generally staying between 5-10 miles per hour, some pockets of stronger winds closer to 20 to 30 miles an hour. The gusts are going to increase as we get through the morning hours.
Yes, California needs some rain.
Critical fire weather conditions, of course, through at least tomorrow, and those wind warnings. That means the fire danger is staying with us. The wind alerts and fire alerts are still there. The wind gusts still could get up to 50, 60 miles an hour, even in some isolated areas to 70 miles an hour.
Katie, you are absolutely right.
Values very low, single digits. The power outages could still happen. I know getting those alerts from the power company saying, as a precaution, shutting down power with these winds picking up. And of course, the travel will be impacted by these winds because of the blowing dust, debris on the roadways, and those big rigs. Please, you might want to postpone that travel. We look to the humidity because right now it is starting to really dry out as the day gets going. As we fast forward to this afternoon, it'll be drier even. That's what's contributing to the fire danger. As we get to tomorrow, we get to recover a little bit in the morning hours. And then at noontime, you can see how it does get into the teens and then single digits in some of the desert locations. And then by tomorrow evening, we start to recover a little bit as well with a little more humidity, more recovery, and hopefully a deep marine layer will return by Friday into the upcoming weekend. All right, there's my weather for now. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we need some moisture in the atmosphere. My goodness, that would help a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it would.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So let's talk about award season in a way, on how they're pivoting and shifting.
A lot is
now.
right, a lot has been changing.
Right, because they are also sensitive to the current situation with the wildfire. So the 2025 Grammy Award show is going to proceed as planned for February 2nd. However, and this is where the pivot comes in, organizers are making it a fundraiser with the goal of raising money to support wildfire relief efforts. The show is going to broadcast live from the Crypto.com arena, where Beyonce is the leading contender with 10 nominations. Others
Beyonce
nominated for
always
multiple
winning
Grammys
everything.
include Taylor Swift, Charlie XCX, Post Malone, Sabrina Carpenter, Kendrick Lamar, and Chappell Roan. The Recording Academy has already pledged $1 million, with over $2 million distributed to those in need.
That ain't very much in a $50 billion crisis.
Music's power to heal and unite us during these tough times.
Sounds good, but ain't a lot.
So they're still gonna have the show.
Yeah.
Beyonce is the devil.
There's gonna be a component to the live show where you can.
Absolutely.
Well, you know, Jay-Z probably should be in jail next to P. Diddy.
Foundation and the SAG Awards to maybe do the same thing, to maybe create a telethon, especially with all these actors that are going to be at the award show.
So like a double-edged,
right?
Kind of, I mean, a double kind of feature, if you will.
A two for one. Absolutely. Still having the awards, but then making it also a fundraiser, because SAG-AFTRA has already donated $1 million themselves to the SAG-AFTRA Foundation. So now this is another platform for them to use. So this was something I was looking forward to watching last night. Jimmy Kimmel Live resumed after canceling shows since last Wednesday. So last night he came back, and many viewers were waiting to hear Jimmy's top of the show monologue.
It's been terrible. It's been terrible. Everyone who lives in the city.
This dude fake cries all the time.
People, families, friends, colleagues, neighbors whose houses burned down. And the truth is, we don't even know if it's over. We had 100-mile-per-hour winds fueling this.
He does the most fake crying of any man I've ever seen.
I think I speak for all of us when I say it has been sickening, shocking, awful experience. And I also want to thank our local news reporters who reminded us how important.
How many millions did he give up?
Radio and newspapers are.
That dude there.
He
Oh
thanked
my
first
Jesus.
responders, as you saw, local news, and of
I can't
course,
even
saying
watch
that
his
the
shit.
entire city has been affected in some way by these
I
devastating
can't
fires. And
stand
I
him.
think it was important.
He's the most fake crying,
He also
woke
stressed
ass
this week
dude
has
on
been
the
scary,
planet.
stressful, and strange, because you're also seeing people who don't live here saying, "Oh, Hollywood, oh, Hollywood." Hollywood is more than just the
I
actors,
love Jimmy.
right? It's producers, it's writers, it's
Some
the
people
crew
like him. Some
that are
people are just
also
like,
affected.
oh
But it's
God.
also the average Joe.
And the average Joe, Altadena,
I don't like fake
Pasadena,
people.
It really is.
people who have had the same home in their families for generations.
That's right.
Going through this loss, and as Maria put it earlier this
Went
morning,
up
it
seeing
truly
late
is
night.
a loss that you are
Oh my
mourning.
gosh.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And all the different stages of grief around that loss.
Yes.
That so many people are going through and are contending with during this time.
I just
He's too
remember,
woke,
because
Kenny. That's how I look at him
ago,
too.
right? At 10:30 in the morning, when we first heard the word brush fire, and we were all just collectively holding our breaths, hoping that it did not come down to this, and it did.
He had a sick child. Well, I feel bad for him as a human being. I just don't personally like how he carries himself.
And some people lost
I'm
their
not giving him a
jobs as
hard
well, too.
time.
People who worked in a lot of the
Lego.
businesses that were burned down now don't have a job.
Right, people who were out there, and I have to really
That's
applaud
Diddy's buddy.
our reporters and our correspondents that I've seen on the ground, a lot of whom have been suffering personally on their own, but they're working around the clock, right, to keep people informed.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
There's so many people who we need to show our gratitude to.
Oh yeah, people that have shown up.
Yeah.
And the first
When
responders.
did the news get a supermodel lady? Okay.
The conditions to bring the story. And I think also I was yesterday, candidly, I was had therapy yesterday, and one of the things I was talking about, my therapist was talking about.
I like Jimmy Fallon way better, way better.
And that, even though some of us were not directly impacted by that and we didn't lose our home, but watching the coverage and knowing other people and having friends and family, and there is a feeling of just the vicarious trauma where you're just sad and carrying the emotion as a result of watching, because it's been a heavy time.
Because you can be
Dolly.
okay but be sad.
Hey, Dolly, this is Carol in Virginia. How are you?
Hey, Carol, I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, thanks. I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. When Doug called in earlier, he was talking about the building materials.
Yes.
And if you notice where those houses were burned down, they walked through the neighborhoods, and every driveway, every sidewalk looked beautiful. It looked like nothing had touched them, but the house was in centers. So it just makes you wonder, why aren't they using better materials on those homes?
Well, I mean, where they're going to build the house out of concrete? Concrete usually don't burn. I mean, if you build it out of cinder blocks, they'd still be standing, but the insides would be burned up. But
exactly.
I mean, I don't think that would be the cost-effective way to try to build a home. And usually when they're building homes, they don't think that it's going to get devastated by, a fire of that type of magnitude.
More than two.
So they're trying to build houses cheap as they can so they can make the most profit off of houses. Like most of these box houses they put up now, they're cheap. They're cheaply built. They're not built to withstand high winds, fires, anything. They're just built to make money off of. They'll build a house with $100,000 and they'll sell it for $400,000.
Exactly, and therein lies the problem. But the other thing is the mask. My dad is a Vietnam veteran, and he used to cut my grass. And in the springtime here in Virginia, it gets really bad.
Yeah.
And he always wore a respirator. He said those other things they don't do it.
No, they don't.
So,
they don't. It's smart to wear a respirator. And
we used to tease him.
It's the filters you use in the respirators. There's certain filters for certain chemicals, because all chemical filters don't get out all. It only gets out a certain amount of chemicals. So some people wear ones that have regular filters, and then they'll have chemical filters under that. And for whatever chemicals you're exposed to, them are the chemical filters you want in that mask. Right?
Exactly.
So it's important that you're wearing the right filters with the right mask to keep out these bad chemicals. With them, with that smoke and stuff in the air, them little masks they're handing out ain't doing the job, because they don't even conceal around your face. So when you're breathing in, you're sucking all that stuff up around your face. Unless it has a rubber seal and you're clean shaven, it's letting stuff into that mask. That's not. I mean, it may be a little better than nothing, but it's almost like wearing nothing.
Exactly. And the other thing is, I'm retired DOD, and I spent, a lot of time in California just on travel. There is a bunch of military in California.
Yeah.
And, you know, the basis, you know, all of that shit's got to be impacted by this stuff. And sooner or later, you would think someone would say, hey, man, we got to make this damn place safe. You know, they've got, you know, just tons of military people living all through California.
I mean, they can build firewalls too, you know, walls
exactly
to stop some of the spread of these fires from forest areas to home areas to residentials. Build big, huge firewalls, and that's not being done.
Exactly. And so my next thing is, I guess also Silicon Valley, I mean, they are producing millionaires by the second.
Mm-hmm.
Those businesses need to stand up and help these people. I mean, we're talking the biggest tech companies in the world.
Most of the rich people, they stay rich by not helping. Usually when somebody don't have much, them are the people that are willing to help you first because they know the struggle. These people don't know the struggle. They're rich as shit.
Exactly. And my last comment would be, once we get these damn fires out, we can stand on standby to help them when the earthquake comes.
Yeah, because I see a lot of people predicting these big earthquakes about to hit. I mean,
exactly.
I hope that ain't the case.
No, I hope not too. I mean,
what was that last big one they had? What was it, in the 90s that there was a really big one that hit?
Oh, it was huge. Took the bridges down. It was on a holiday weekend. I'll never forget it. But it, I think it's the same time when Diana was killed in her car accident. But it was huge out there. Yeah.
Yeah. I know it was a long time ago. I mean, I know they had little small ones, but I mean, the last major earthquake, I believe, was in the 90s. I could be wrong.
No, you're right. I believe you are right about that. You know, they did have a big fire up north not too many years ago, but I guess they figured that was just going to burn down all of the pot fields.
Uh-huh.
So they weren't too concerned about that.
Yeah, they weren't going to let the pot fields burn. You know? Humboldt County,
I thought they should be saving them.
Yeah, they're going to save them fields. The potheads will make sure that shit don't burn.
Exactly.
Or if it does, they're going to be standing around it holding hands in a circle.
Yeah. Hey, well, that's another thing. You know, you talked about the homeless shelters, and they should have a method for taking care of intoxicated people that come in.
Yes.
Because we know a lot of those people drink. You know, back in the day, we used to have, you know, big ass concerts and all of that kind of stuff out in fields. And the first thing they had was medical people.
Yeah.
You know, they had people on standby because they knew someone was going to take the brown acid, no matter how much they told them not to.
Yeah, and more people. When you tell people not to do it, that's when they do it.
Exactly. So they know what their clientele was, and so they were prepared for it. And these homeless shelters should do the same thing.
Yeah, I agree that no people, a lot of the reasons people are homeless is because of drugs and alcohol. So these homeless shelters have to be prepared to deal with drugs and alcohol and give these people a place. You know, well, you let somebody come in and drink, well, you smell like beer, so let me let you freeze to death in the cold.
Exactly. What is that about? You know?
You know?
So anyway, listen, have a great day, and nice talking to you.
All right, peace.
Peace.
All right, so here's a prime example. We called a homeless shelter to try to get a homeless person into it. And, you know, it's a weekend. And they said, well, you know, our intake is Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Well, what about, you know, that it's 20 degrees outside. This person don't have a place to go, but your homeless shelter only check people in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Well, what if they die between that time? Is that really help? And that's if they let you in and if they have a bed for you, right? So what if somebody becomes homeless on the weekend? You know, like it don't, and that's here in Virginia. We don't have a real bad homeless thing, right? Now it's not real bad. And there is places that'll take you in. We have like the Salvation Army. We have one in Virginia Beach that'll take in homeless people. And just calling their intake, they answered the phone. Right? They were like, well, this person needs to have a driver's license and a social security card. They're fucking homeless. Okay? They don't got 2 pots to piss in. And what's the chances that they have a home? If they had an ID and a social security card, then they probably have a job. Okay? They'd probably have it's like they got to have all these things. And if you don't have these things, you can't even get into the homeless shelter. Right? Because we just called right before Christmas trying to get somebody somewhere to stay because they were out on the streets. And they said, well, they got to have a ID. And the first thing I asked the person, do you have an ID? No. Well, then you can't even get into a homeless shelter. Right? And to get an ID, you got to pay for what? A birth certificate. You got to get your social security card. You got to have proof of where you live. But how do these fucking homeless people get IDs? I don't get it. Like, they make it so hard on somebody that's going through so much. If you have nothing, you have nothing. Okay? Like, this person only got the clothes on their back. What can we do to help them? And there's not much you can do. Right? Most homeless don't have ID. That's what I'm saying. Right? That's the first thing I asked the homeless person. I said, I called the shelter Monday through Friday. Do you have ID? And they said, no. Right? No, I don't have ID. Do you have a social security card? No. Right? You know who else don't have? I have ID, but I don't have a social security card, and I don't have my birth certificate because I need to get that to get a passport. Okay? And I don't even have it. And I ain't homeless, right? So if I went homeless right now, I couldn't get into a homeless shelter because I don't have my social security card. That is insane, right? It's like they're looking for reasons not to house you, right? Like, okay, and this is one of those situations where, you can stay in it during the night, but during the day, you can't be there kind of situation. So all these homeless people are roaming the fucking streets during the day, and then at nighttime, they go there to sleep. And a lot of these places too are the same way. If you've been drinking or they think you're on drugs, you can't come up in there. Well, most people that are homeless sleeping on the street are drinking. Okay. One thing about alcohol is you would probably freeze to death if you didn't have some of this stuff in your system. Okay. That's why a lot of these people out here drunk don't freeze to death on the streets, because it's almost like human antifreeze. You know what I'm saying? You put this alcohol in, but some people get drunk, pass out, and die. But it will make you feel warm, but not actually your body temperature won't warm up, but you will feel warm. Okay. You can still freeze to death. All right. It don't up your temperature. It just makes you feel warmer, but your body temperature is absolutely the same and actually be dropping, and you'll feel warm because you're drunk, but your body temperature will be cooler. And that's how all these drunk people be freezing to death outside. They think they warm, they think they okay, and then they never wake up. Right? So it's just one of those situations.
Even in a regular market, start to ramp back up towards mid-January as we approach the spring. So I think this is going to give sort of a boost to that inventory. We will see more options come on the market in the weeks and months to follow.
And just a quick question. Who do you report that to?
That is a great question. And honestly, I'm not sure the answer to that. I've never faced a situation like this before. You can certainly speak to an attorney about it, and I can get back to you guys. Perhaps you can post something about that later.
Copy.
For people who've just lost everything, it can be a really overwhelming sense of, I guess you're unsettled, you're confused, you don't even know where you're supposed to begin. So what are those first steps that people have to take if their home is a total loss?
I would start with the basics. Start with contacting your insurance carrier and contacting your lender. You want to file a claim with your insurance carrier, and you want to find out what your ALE is. That's your additional living expenses. So that's the amount that's allotted per your policy that is for things like short-term housing. But you have to be careful because it is going to vary from policy to policy, and there is going to be a cap on it. So for example, if you have, let's say you're used to spending $10,000 a month in living expenses, and you apply that, but you only have a $100,000 cap, you could burn through that in a span of just 10 months. And obviously the time to rebuild your home is likely going to take much longer than that. So I would start with filing a claim, finding out what your ALE is, and then contact your mortgage servicer and just find out what their forbearance policy is. It's probably going to vary again from each lender. It may vary depending on the severity of loss, but the forbearance is essentially another way of saying what policy they have, or how much are they willing to work with you to defer that payment. I think we're going to see a lot of circumstances similar to the 2008.
No, they were on
crisis, where there are
drugs.
various
3 dot
loan
Dave.
modifications and banks having to work with homeowners to
The
try
big
to find
F.
a way to pave a path forward.
I mean, and that path forward is going to be long. I think that that's another part of this conversation too, is that even if you might have insurance, it's going to take a little bit. Even putting your house on the market, it's going to take a little bit, right?
Absolutely. This is, I hate to say it, guys, this is a long road ahead.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we had 1 or 2 homes lost. Obviously, entire communities were lost. Entire neighborhoods were lost. We're going to need to rebuild the infrastructure within those communities. And insurance companies generally aren't set up for mass loss like this. They're set up for the occasional claim. So it's going to take some while to work through this, but I'm confident that we as a community, as an
The Kansas City 3 were doing drugs and they were drinking. They went outside to do drugs, and when they did the drugs, it was the drug that was killing most Americans, and they died in the yard, and then they froze. So it was the drugs that killed them. It was a mixture of Colombian Bam Bam mixed with the fentanyl.
Going to look like in some of these communities?
I think right now the focus is just on cleanup. Right now, we just need to sort of clean the slate and see what we have.
They never arrested anybody,
Read various reports recently, as I have, that many of the toxins and, for example,
Bye,
asbestos
Judy.
has gotten into the soil. It's gone airborne. It's gotten into the neighboring trees and so forth. So, you know, we're going to need to really wipe the slate clean and have a fresh canvas to start painting on before we can move forward. And then it's going to be a matter of, you know, each homeowner working individually.
Hit that like if you're just tuning in, guys. We're at 947.
And whether or not people want to stay to rebuild, or whether they simply need to move on with their lives and perhaps move to, you know, an adjacent community.
You from Kansas City?
All right, John, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for your invaluable perspective. We'll talk to you soon. And also, everybody, we were talking with John about, you know, what do you do if you notice that a landlord maybe is hiking up a price?
Thank you, Cable.
Which is illegal. You call local authorities. That's where you report that. Or the Attorney General. We'll be right back.
Okay, let's jump over to this. And this is just an aerial shot of some of the devastation and destruction that's going on. You know, California wildfires. Most of them not even halfway contained. You know, we're going into what, a week of just stuff burning, complete destruction. A lot of people, like I said, being arrested for arson. You know, they're using this disaster to create more disaster. People looting. We got people that are, you know, unaccounted for. Just one neighborhood alone, there were 17 people missing. You know, the death toll expected to rise. We're at 20 plus people confirmed dead. I mean, this is a sad situation. The worst fire in California history. If you haven't subbed up to the channel, go ahead. So, you know when DOLLY is live. Thank you, OG Nanny. That is a good way. If you're tuning in for the first time and you're here, definitely press 1 in the chat room so I know you're brand new here. And make sure you sub up, ring that bell for notifications. And if you hadn't and you're just tuning in, hit the like button. And if you're super cool, and I mean only if you're cool with shit, right? The coolest of your kind, share this video on your Facebook or your X. That helps bring in new people, helps us in the algorithm, the more people that share the videos. So, you know, more people see the channel. I can't do it without you. We're getting close to 63,000 subscribers here on Dolly Vision. Thank you guys for everybody that has subbed up, liked the video, came to hang out with us. But I can't hit that 63 without your help. Okay. So if you're watching, sub up, ring the bell for notifications. Big virtual hugs to you. Miss CC502. Hey, Dolly. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you back. Glad you guys could be here with me this morning. You know, and today we're just following the fires in California, what's new, what the progress is on putting these fires out. Overnight, there were some new fires. Of course, you see by the title, it says new fires. That's the Ventura fire. And they pretty much have that out, but they don't consider it contained yet because it can still, you know, pop back up. And on these fires, they believe some of these fires are being purposely started, like the Kenneth fire, right? The Kenneth fire, they believe may have been purposely started. And then we're seeing all these people being arrested for arson. And are people just stupid? I mean, are we breeding stupid people in this world? Because that's what it seems like, right? And not only to go out there and start fires, but get caught starting a fire when you got all these people dead from wildfires. You know your ass is going to prison, right? You're going to prison for a long, long time.
Still seen extraordinary outpouring of donations at the YMCA in West LA. Fire victims can pick from donations collected for them.
I bet rent and hotel prices will skyrocket in that area. Yes.
Clothing, even toiletries.
I bet so too.
The YMCA also offering showers, Wi-Fi, and a safe space.
And donations are also pouring in at the West Side Food Bank in Santa Monica.
Yeah, it's partnering with Santa Monica College to collect much needed supplies for people that have been devastated by the fires.
We just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
Another donation drive takes place later this morning from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's at Santa Monica College's Bundy campus. 3171 South Bundy Drive is the address. They're looking for clothing like sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and...
Let's take a little look at this video. It's titled, "What I Found Out About the Fires You Won't Like."
It's Villages, which is owned by Rick Caruso, Rick Caruso joins us now live on the phone. Rick, thanks so much for being with us. What are you seeing in terms of your property tonight?
Well, hi, Alex. Thanks for covering us so well. Listen, it's a disaster it's to the 100th degree. It's beyond anything I think any of us could have ever imagined. But my heart goes out, obviously, to people with their homes, and I'm watching the small businesses around us go up in flames. This is people's livelihoods, so it's devastating. But what is most concerning to me is our first responders and our firefighters who are trying to battle this. There's no water in the Palisades. There's no water coming out of the fire.
We're going to get right into it, but you heard the man. He said there's no water in the fire hydrants. Come on now. What are we doing? Remember 1 year ago in the Maui fires? This is what they said.
The death toll from wildfires on the Hawaiian island of Maui has increased to 99. Search teams are still looking for those who were caught in the flames as hundreds of people remain missing.
Crazy.
For the firefighters on Maui, it's been a grim and grueling week. They're still tackling new outbreaks sparked from smouldering wreckage and asking why exactly was this disaster so deadly. They're not permitted to speak on camera, but tell me that on Tuesday afternoon, when fires ripped through this island, when they were trying to save lives, their hydrants first ran out of pressure, then dried up entirely.
Might be a coincidence if it happens once, but now we're starting to see a pattern where they're burning people out of their residence and they're turning off the water so they can't even fight the fire. If I wanted to come out with a new plan, like a 15-minute city plan, and I had a bunch of people that have been living in their houses for years and years and years, and they're not going to go along with this plan, well, I got to come up with a different way to do it. And I can't use, brown shirt thug force, because that's going to raise up the people and they're going to get mad and maybe fight back. So what I got to do is I got to make it appear natural. I got to make it appear like people are just getting sick and dying. And I just got to make it appear like these fires are just starting for no reason. And then I can advance my agenda without a lot of blowback. Okay, just remember that as we go on through this video. And I'm not sure if you know this or not, but in 2014, California actually went to the citizens of the state and they voted for a $7.5 billion, billion dollar fund. They were going to even pay more taxes and everything so they could actually manage and build onto their water containment and water systems. Over 11 years later, and Gavin Newsom has done absolutely nothing with those funds or to advance that project. And a lot of people...
Is this camera out of focus, or is it just my eyes going blurry? Because I swear it's like he's in focus, out of focus, in focus, out of focus. I think it might be it's just his camera. Is this something where they're trying to push the people out? Like, this is more to me more of a conspiracy video. And this person's channel is called Off Grid with Doug and Stacy. Now, if it was a conspiracy, that'd be a good way, like he said, you know, make it look like, you know, an accident. Make it look like an accident when really it's far from an accident. Okay, far from an accident. And I think there may be, I don't know if the city is doing something like that to push people out of their homes. I truly don't. So give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up the latest information on this for you guys. But I know a lot of people, they'll believe these conspiracies. And I do believe that the government, you know, of California, which, you know, Newsom and what was the mayor's name? I forget her name now, but they did a poor job. When the mayor wouldn't even answer questions when the whole fucking town is burning, I was like, okay, this is not the lady for the job. Okay. Definitely not. All right, let's pull up some stuff, the latest information. Show a little bit of this. I mean, these fires, they are destroying so much stuff.
So this is an entirely. This whole street gone.
I mean, just look at that devastation.
Gone. There's nothing left. Nothing left.
Let me pull up X. There's a lot of good stuff.
In the LA region, critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are going to prevent our next fire from starting if we have down power lines. I know that this is a challenge, but it is necessary for our collective safety. I ask that our unhoused neighbors not have warming fires. Anybody who is a person experiencing homelessness should be seeking shelter through the County of Los Angeles or the City of Los Angeles.
How are they going to do that?
Additionally, we have checked the water system in the Eaton fire area, and it is operational, meaning that we have water and we have pressure. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe, period. Resources are available for residents impacted by wildfire at lacounty.gov/emergency.
Okay, PJ.
And I'm happy to report that the LA County CL415 Super Scooper that was damaged by the drone will be available for response starting at 11 a.m. today. Lastly, I ask all residents in the fire danger areas to develop your own wildfire preparedness plan. Go to fire.lacounty.gov/RSG for Ready, Set, Go and get set to leave early if you receive an evacuation warning or order. And please double check to make sure that your cellular device does not have your emergency alerts silenced. I would now like to introduce Jerry Magana, Deputy IC, CAL FIRE, Incident Management Team 2.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. My name is Jeremy Gagne, representing the incident management teams for the Palisades and the Eaton fire. I just wanted to once again thank the partners and cooperators for all of their continued teamwork with these incidents. We couldn't do it without each other and without the support of the community. As mentioned, for both fires, I just wanted to continue to stress the fact that it is important that the public stay informed on the process and what is happening each day on these incidents. With all of the press briefings that are given, a ton of information is being put out there. Just please make sure that you are aware of the information for your impacted area. As a whole, for both incidents, DINS inspections continue and will be thoroughly processed to get the latest information out to you so that you have the ability to gather that information and move forward within your process. USAR operations continue for both incidents, and we will continue to update our cooperators and partners with the latest and greatest information. And today you'll also be hearing about the disaster recovery centers that are being opened. More details to follow, but we just wanted to make sure that you as the public are getting all the information that you need to move forward.
Wow, that's loud. Thank you, Buckeye
and
Girl.
All of us up here on this stage are working together for you to get you the information that you need. Please stay patient with our process. We will get you in as soon as we can. Thank you.
Chief Crowley. Chief Crowley.
Well, good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. Mayor Batts and I recently conducted an aerial survey of the impacted areas. Our focus was on evaluating the size, the scope, and the complexity of these fires to gain a full understanding of its total impact on our communities. This assessment was essential as we begin planning and prioritizing resources and support needed to make sure that we can facilitate in the recovery efforts here and now. Our goal is to address both the immediate challenges and the long-term needs of those infected by these devastating events. Yesterday, I also had the opportunity to meet with our international partners from Mexico to express our heartfelt gratitude for their assistance. The outpouring of support from both near and far, I tell you, is absolutely remarkable. I also had the opportunity just to take a moment to talk with people, and I cannot tell you how many times everybody has been asking about our firefighters and our first responders, and they're asking, how are they holding up? I visited our field resources, the Emergency Operations Center, our Department Operations Center, and I tell you, our firefighters and first responders are standing strong. They hold their heads up high, and they will continue to work hard for you. Thank you for your care and concern, and I tell you, our thoughts and prayers holistically are with everybody that has been impacted by these fires. I will now provide just a brief update on the Palisades fire. This fire is now at 23,713 acres with 17% containment, with 5,200 personnel that are assigned to the incident. Firefighters will continue to work tirelessly throughout the day to increase containment lines, prevent further spread, and address any flare-ups. The Hearst fire, 799 acres at 97% contained. Now, to all of those who have lost so much and to those who still have not returned to your homes, know that everybody involved in this incident in the Los Angeles region is focused on you. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the community that has given so much back to those impacted as well as to our LAFD. And thank you to the LAFD Foundation that provides vital equipment and funds critical. They fund critical programs, tools, and equipment to help the LAFD save lives and protect property. You heard Chief Maroney say it already, but I think it's very, very important that I reiterate these points. Life-threatening and destructive and widespread winds are already here. For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean-forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and
high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure we respond to any new fires in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles. I urge, and everybody here urges you to remain alert as danger has not yet passed. Please follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay and prioritize your safety. Thank you. I would like now to introduce our next speaker, Los Angeles County Sheriff Luna.
Good morning, and thank you, Chief. Our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department personnel deployment stands at approximately 1,300 this morning. And again, remember, we are working different incidences throughout the county, primarily the Palisades fire for the county portion of it, and then the Eaton fire as well. Many of our deputies haven't had days off. They're on 12-hour shifts. So I really appreciate all their work and their time away from their family. We have approximately 234 officers from the California Highway Patrol. Sean DeRee, the commissioner of the CHP, was kind enough to give us more bodies as of yesterday. We also are being assisted by 16 agents from the Drug Enforcement Administration, and they're not working narcotics. They are here assisting us, and we're getting calls from a lot of our law enforcement partners, so we're very grateful that they're here to assist us. We have well over 600 National Guards personnel that are deployed to not only the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department areas of responsibility, but the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and other places as well. Evacuation orders, we have approximately 88,000 residents that are still under evacuation orders. And regarding evacuation warnings, we have approximately 84,800 residents that continue to be under warnings. There is a decrease in these numbers, but as our fire partners have stated, it is still very dangerous for the next 24 hours. So we're keeping a very close eye. That's why we have not downgraded the number of personnel. If fire tells us you've got to go here because the wind's blowing this way and we need to do evacuations, that's where we are going. I just want to remind everybody that the last time we had to evacuate people under an order, our deputies very heroically saved many people's lives, and they had to rescue people. And a lot of the people that were rescuing who waited till the last minute to leave the order or the evacuation order, many of them had significant burns on them. I just want to reiterate that when we're giving you warnings, that's a time you should probably think about going. Actually, we recommend you go. Don't wait till the order's given. We don't want you to impact your own life or the life of your loved ones. Repopulation conversations are absolutely active and ongoing. I don't want to get too much into that. I don't want people to start thinking everything's okay now. Everything's not okay yet. We'll get there. We'll get there together. But again, the wind's blowing and it's going to continue to blow. Curfew is still in effect. It was in effect last night. It's going to be in effect tonight again, starting at 6 p.m. all the way to 6 a.m. This is for the impacted evacuation order areas. If you do not live there, have any business there, say this every day, don't go. Why am I repeating it? Because we continue to make arrests for this violation. I don't want to make more arrests, so please stay away from there. We understand that our residents want to go back to their homes, but this is a disaster area. Chief Maroney mentioned it. As soon as it is rendered safe, we will try and prioritize getting you back home. We understand that is important. Regarding arrest, we had a few more arrests overnight. Our total, when I give totals, this is for the LA County Sheriff's Department area only. It doesn't count LAPD, Pasadena, and other agencies. We are up to 39. That's 33 in the Eaton fire area and 6 in the Palisades area. Eaton, we have 9 curfew arrests and 2 for drone incidences. Please do not fly drones in these impacted areas.
No drones.
And 11 were for burglary in that Eaton area. For Palisades, we have 6 arrests, 3 for curfew, and 3 for burglary. Last night's total arrest, 1 arrest for curfew violation and carrying a loaded weapon. Again, I'm repeating this and it keeps on happening. If you are carrying narcotics and a gun, you shouldn't do it anyways. You shouldn't absolutely go into these evacuation order areas where there's a curfew with those items, because you are likely going to get arrested by our deputies. They're being very proactive, and you're going to get arrested. Blue collar versus white collar crimes. You've heard it over and
Crime
over.
is
We're not
crime.
just looking for burglars and looters committing crimes on the street, but we're also focused on anybody who's involved in any kind of scam. Whether you're asking for donations for pets or whatever you think you're doing to make money off of the poor people who've been involved, we're telling you, don't do it. If you think you're a victim of this, notify us immediately. Moving on, search and rescue operations. Based on our grid searches, this is information that when we concluded last night with our search and rescue teams, we have searched approximately 3,654 properties in the Altadena area thus far. Yesterday, we searched 1,800 properties in Eaton. And we also have been working with teams that are coming in to work on the Palisades to begin searching for remains as well. So this operation continues. It's active, not easy work. And the good news was that no other remains were found yesterday. Hopefully that happens again today. We don't want the death toll to continue to go up. So the death toll stands at 21 for the sheriff's areas. Does not include LAPD or Pasadena.
21.
That is
so
a total
far.
of 16 in Eaton and 5 in the Palisades. We are actively working 24 missing person cases, 18 in the Eaton area, 6 in the Malibu area, all adults. As I conclude, to get any updated information, lacounty.gov for emergencies. That is updating on evacuation orders, evacuation warnings, road closures, and for all of our community members who desperately want to get back into their houses, as we back off of orders into warnings, look at that website. That'll give you the most updated information. And donations, Emergency Network Los Angeles. I continue to be absolutely amazed with our community. All the positives, they want to donate, they want to help. That's where you go. Thank you very much. And I'm introducing the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald. Oh, before you come up, just one quick thing, because I'm being asked this question. If a lot of you are concerned seeing police cars up and down our freeways and their lights and siren on, don't let that alarm you. Whether it's sheriff cars, LAPD cars, CHP cars, we're responding in tandem as they're being requested by the incident commanders to respond to several different locations. Those are your tax dollars at work. Our men and women working their butts off. They're getting to one place to another as quickly and as safely as possible. Now Jim McDonald's coming up.
Well, good morning. I just want to let everyone know that as we enter into another period of dangerously high winds, we remain deployed and ready to assist with any additional evacuations should that need arise. While peak winds are not expected to be as strong as last week's wind event, they still pose a tremendous threat. And if you're asked to evacuate, please listen to all evacuation orders, as they are meant as a life-saving measure. As has been the case over the last few days, LAPD is focused on maintaining your safety and the safety of your properties as we move forward. As far as deployment goes, LAPD officers are still performing increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires, and we ask for your continued cooperation, especially with our officers who deployed at various checkpoints throughout the evacuation zones. We understand the frustration and your desire to see your homes firsthand, but until CAL FIRE tells us that the impacted areas are safe for repopulation, we can't allow you to return. For the upcoming 24-hour period, LAPD will continue to deploy approximately 750 officers to the impacted areas with support from the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard. They have 200 soldiers assigned to the Palisades event, and we're certainly grateful for their support. We're supporting the fire area with these badly needed resources while continuing to respond to calls throughout the city. I'd like to thank our LAPD officers and everybody who's represented by those who are standing here today, who are working on overtime away from their homes and families, going the extra mile to keep Los Angeles safe. On the missing persons front, we're still actively investigating all reports of missing persons and have dedicated resources to these efforts. As of this morning, we have 34 people reported missing. 21 of them have been found safe. Of the 13 remaining, 2 have most likely been found deceased, but have yet to be positively identified. 11 remain unaccounted for. In total, 3 fatalities that are fire-related. 1 fatality died at a hospital but was not reported missing. On the arrest front, we've made 14 arrests. Failure to obey curfew were 3 of those. Impersonating an officer, 1. Impersonating a firefighter, another. Unauthorized entry to a closed emergency area, 2. DUI, 1. Vandalism, 1. Possession of ammunition and burglary tools, another 1. Burglary, 2. And conspiracy to commit burglary, 2 additional. We have 3 noteworthy arrests throughout the, although outside the fire zone, very significant to our efforts as we continue to battle fires that threaten our community. On Sunday night, our North Hollywood officers responded to a call of a possible arson suspect who was using a barbecue lighter to light fires. Officers arrived on the scene and the suspect was arrested for an outstanding felony warrant for arson and booked into Van Nuys Jail. On Monday, 2 additional arrests related to the fires. The first took place at 5700 Van Nuys Boulevard at approximately 16:30 hours. Our West Valley officers responded to a radio call for an arson suspect who had ignited a nearby brush. Upon arrival, LAFD was at scene, extinguishing the fire, and directed the officers to the possible suspect, who was taken into custody there. The suspect was booked for arson, again at Van Nuys Jail. Our second arrest took place at 11820 San Vicente Boulevard in West LA area. Officers responded to a radio call of an arson suspect at the location who had ignited a nearby trash can, which was extinguished by the LA City Fire Department. Citizens directed the officers to the suspect location, where he was then taken into custody without incident. Video from local businesses showed footage of the suspect starting fires in that area. He was booked into our jail for arson. On looting front, excuse me. Looting is not just a crime against property, it also takes away any sense of security from evacuated residents, and certainly it's not being tolerated at all. LAPD officers are working around the clock to prevent looting in impacted areas and will identify and apprehend those responsible. However, we cannot do this alone. We need your help. And as you heard from the accounts I gave you, it was residents of our city and county who have stepped forward, made observations of people lighting fires, called the police, we responded, and were able to take them off the street. So thank you for those who have been involved in that, and I ask for your vigilance for as we move forward. We're asking all members of our community to join us in this effort by reviewing your personal security footage, whether from Ring cameras, home security systems, or any other recording devices. Even seemingly small details can make a big difference in our ongoing investigations. If you notice anything suspicious or potentially connected to these incidents, please report it to us immediately, and you can do so anonymously through Crime Stoppers by calling the LA Crime Stoppers at 800-222-TIPS or by visiting lacrimestoppers.org. You can also provide information regarding the Palisades fire by submitting tips by texting ATFLA to 63975 and then follow the link to be able to create a report. Our collective safety depends on the partnership between police and our community. Together, we can ensure that those responsible for these crimes are brought to justice and that our neighborhoods remain safe. Sheriff Luna talked about the curfew. Likewise, in the city, the curfew order will remain in place tonight from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
I don't know, Nina.
And unless you're public safety personnel or disaster workers, you have no business being at these locations. And if you are in those areas, you are subject to arrest. As I've mentioned, we've already made a number of arrests for individuals who are not listening to these orders, and we want to be very clear about that we will find you if you're out there and you will be arrested. Please allow our teams to focus on the recovery efforts. Enforcing a curfew helps us identify individuals who have no businesses in these areas and also protects public safety personnel who are operating in darkness and often very, very difficult conditions. In closing, I want to reiterate that our department is committed to the recovery efforts, and for however long that will take, we will continue to work alongside our other partners to make sure that our community has the resources that you need to recover and ultimately rebuild.
There's
Thank
no
you for your
such thing.
patience and
Crime is
cooperation
crime.
during this difficult time. Now I'd like to introduce LA County Public Health Chief Deputy Director, Dr. Anish Mahajan. Doctor.
Good morning, Anish Mahajan, LA County Department of Public Health. I want to begin by sharing our heartfelt condolences and extending our deepest sympathies to those who have lost their homes and endured profound devastation caused by the fires. Please remember that you are not alone, and we stand with you during this incredibly challenging time. To our first responders, we are deeply thankful for your remarkable courage and relentless efforts in the face of such overwhelming adversity. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge each of our county supervisors, as well as the mayor, for their steadfast commitment and compassionate guidance, as well as the county and city fire departments, along with the many partners whose exceptional teamwork has been invaluable during these difficult times. Now, the impact of the wildfires has been far-reaching, leaving individuals and families not only grappling with the losses of their homes and cherished belongings, but also facing urgent health and medical challenges. Many have been displaced, separated from their usual healthcare providers, and are in need of essential medications. In response, Public Health will be establishing a Medication Access Assistance Service Center at each of the disaster recovery centers starting today. There will be 4 to 5 nurses and 1 physician from each site from Public Health, along with a paramedic team from EMS. Nurses at the sites will assist families with information, education, referrals for clinical health concerns, including getting access to medications for those who lost their medications in the fire by helping them connect with their pharmacy or their usual provider. If refills are unavailable or if they face challenges in connecting, the nurses at each site will connect with the physicians and pharmacists that we have at the Department of Public Health telehealth service to provide new prescriptions to bridge families until they can connect with their usual source of care. For patients needing assistance with treatment for opioid addiction, the Medical Assist Therapy, the MAT consult line at 213-288-9090, that's 213-288-9090, is able to offer these prescriptions and operates 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to midnight. I'd also like to say a couple of words about the high winds that we're expecting and air quality. The South Coast Air Quality Management District has issued a wind-blown dust advisory due to the strong winds that we're going to see starting this afternoon. High winds may disperse the ashes from the Palisades, Eaton, and other fire burn scars. Wind-blown ash from burned structures may contain higher air toxic levels. If you see the ash, take precautions to reduce your exposure. If you're in the area that's impacted by the ash, you should wear proper respiratory masks, such as an N95 or a P100 mask, to help protect you. These masks are specifically designed to reduce the exposure to harmful fine particles found in the ash and smoke, which can penetrate deep into your lungs and cause serious health problems. And remember, ash is not just dirt, it's hazardous fine dust that can irritate or harm your respiratory system and other parts of your body where it lands. Also note that cloth masks, medical masks like the regular blue ones, bandanas, they do not provide adequate protection against ash and fine particles. They're not designed to filter out these hazardous materials. You really need to wear an N95 or a P100 if you're seeing the ash in your area to protect yourself. In closing, I want to once again express our deepest gratitude to the first responders who've shown incredible bravery and dedication during this crisis. Their tireless efforts are nothing short of heroic, and we're deeply thankful for their service. At Public Health, we remain committed to providing support to all those who are affected by this tragedy, whether through guidance, resources, or community collaboration. We're with you during these challenging times. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Okay, what happened? Live event ended. All right, let's close this down. Let's go back to this.
Prevent our next fire from starting if we have down power.
Now let's go ahead and go jump. We're live. 15. Look at all that smoke. I mean, they're doing their best with these helicopters to put it out, dropping water.
Sure, survivors know disaster resource centers open today. Disaster resource centers are staffed by local, state, and federal officials who are there to help those impacted by these fires. The east side location is Pasadena City College Community Education Center, located at 3035 East Foothill Boulevard in Pasadena. The west side location is UCLA Research Park West, 10850 West Pico Boulevard in Los Angeles. Both locations will be open from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. today, and then starting tomorrow morning and moving forward, they will open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Details can be found at recovery.lacounty.gov. With that, I'd like to turn it over to LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
Everybody's hating this lady right now.
Let me just say that yesterday, as the chief mentioned, we did an aerial tour, and I was able to see, it's one thing to see it on television. It's another thing to see it from air. The massive, massive destruction is unimaginable until you actually
I know,
see
it looks insane.
So I think of the families, I think of the community members that have experienced that.
Look at all them
And
houses
I just have to
destroyed.
say that we are going to continue to stand with you. But while we're preparing for the next couple of days, we also want to move into the time when we prepare for moving forward and rebuilding, but making sure that we can get people's lives back in whole. I have to say that when the aerial tour was finished, and I had an opportunity to speak to the firefighters, including our chief, firefighters who've been on the job for 25, 30 years, to say to me that in their entire careers, they have never seen destruction like this. They have never seen wind so fierce. In Los Angeles, in California, we don't know hurricanes. But imagining a dry hurricane and thinking about what they went through and their lives on the line.
We know
From the air,
hurricanes
we could
here.
see people on the ground clearing brush and doing everything that they needed to prevent the next tragedy. So everybody wants to know how to help first responders. Well, the way you can help first responders, and you've heard this from other speakers, is to be prepared. So if you hear that your area is under a warning, then get packed right away. If the order is to evacuate, then evacuate immediately. But as was recommended earlier, evacuate if you have the warning, because if you remember a few days ago when the fires were at its worst, people had difficulty getting through traffic. So thinking of moving forward, yesterday I signed an executive directive to begin to lay the foundation policy-wise for the rebuilding effort. We're going to make it through these next few days, but we want to begin to think about how we rebuild the massive destruction that I saw from the air. We don't want people burdened by red tape and bureaucracy. So my executive directive addresses that. It addresses streamlining the debris removal. It talks about actually immediate action that we can take to make 1,400 units of housing available immediately. Again, that was stuck in the process, but given what we're dealing with now, that process has to go. And then establishing a framework to secure additional regulatory relief and resources. As was mentioned, the assistance centers will start today. The first ever disaster recovery center for victims of the Palisades and Hertz fires will open, which will help people who have lost vital
I
records,
agree,
birth certificates,
Jim's.
driver's license, social security, etc. help those who have experienced loss or damage to their homes apply for disaster relief loans, and provide referrals. We heard the public health officer say that nurses will be available at the disaster recovery centers, but also mental health counselors will be as well. So for more information, you can go to lacity.gov. So the center opens at 1 p.m. this afternoon at the UCLA Research Park, and starting tomorrow will be open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m., 7 days a week. And that's a commitment that every single day we will be addressing people.
That's the
putting their
first
lives
step
back
of
together.
recovery.
So I want to thank
Amen.
UCLA Chancellor Julio Frank. I want to thank Gary Michelson. The South Coast Air Quality
Hey, D.
Management District is recommending that Angelenos wear the well-fitting medical grade mask while outside. The city of Los Angeles has distributed hundreds of N95 masks throughout Los Angeles in public libraries, recreation centers, and senior centers, and local nonprofits, and we encourage families to pick up their masks today. And finally, I want to acknowledge the thousands of Angelenos who have come together all across the city to help. I'm sure you've seen on the nightly news, hundreds, thousands of people just showing up with providing resources and supplies for victims. But I also
Thank
want
you,
to
buddy.
thank Disney, Netflix, the Wasserman Foundation, Hilton Foundation, Annenberg, SNAP, and
Hey,
so
Rita.
many others for donating millions of dollars to relief efforts. The California Community Foundation's effort has resulted in $14 million and over 20,000 donors. LA,
Awesome.
we
Good
stand
souls
together.
out there.
We will do what we need to do to be safe over the next couple of days, and then we rebuild. We will rebuild Los Angeles and make Los Angeles the world-class city that we are. And with that, let me introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Okay, I just want to take a second real quick to thank people who have donated to our fund to get us out there looking for the missing. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can pull this up right here. I can share this with you guys. And this is the link that's being posted in the chat room. You know, me and PJ, we search for missing people. And today, Madonna has donated, and it says, with love and prayers for safe travels on your future searches. Okay. Let me make sure y'all can see this. All right, y'all can see it. And this is the link that I'm posting here. And this is what me and PJ use when we're out on the road searching for missing people. This helps. This is our campaign. And we're trying to get back out, you know, to Tennessee to do more searching down there for little Sebastian Rogers. So if you got a couple extra bucks and you want to help today, this is the link that you donate to. I'll post it one more time and my mods can copy it for me. And if you do donate, make sure you throw red stop signs in the chat so I can personally thank you. Like I just happened to catch that Madonna donated. So thank you so much, Madonna. Big virtual hugs to you. And thank you for helping with our search efforts, right? Because what we do, you know, we don't live in these states. So we have to have, you know, arrangements, gas, food, all these things when we're out there. And whatever, you know, whatever problems we run into that may occur on the road. So thank you for donating. That is super awesome of you. Big virtual hugs and a very big thank you from me and PJ. Okay. And like I said, guys, if you do donate to this cause, just those stop signs in the chat so I can personally thank you and give you a big virtual hug. It's super awesome of you guys to help us because we couldn't do all the awesome things we do without the help of each and every one of you.
Since you need and deserve. With regard to power and public health updates, over 20,000 households are facing power outages due to public safety power shutoffs. Please take this moment now to charge your phones,
Thank
your
you,
batteries
Diana.
and devices to make sure you have backup. We'll work to restore cellular access, but know you may be without power. Please plan ahead. Tune in to radio, given some of the power outages that we're predicting. Please use your resources. It is unlikely that power will be restored in the Topanga area during the red flag conditions, so please be prepared. Los Angeles County Department of Public Health is providing N95 masks at all LA County libraries. Do not drink water warnings for Waterworks District 29.
I wouldn't drink none of the water.
Know that bottled water is being distributed at Malibu Equestrian Park. Do not drink water warning for 90272 zip code and the area north of San Vicente. Bottled water is being distributed for this region at the Westwood Recreation Center and adjacent to the Brentwood Country Club.
Hey,
Our LA
Kat.
County emergency proclamation
Thanks for
will
being
be
here with us.
ratified at our board meeting later today. This cuts red tape for the county to provide resources,
Right.
as well as to receive state and federal assistance. It prevents price gouging. This includes on rent and housing options, which we know have been impacting people's ability to have shelter. It also includes other ways people are taking advantage of this disaster, and these will not be tolerated.
Amen.
Proclamation also declares a local health emergency to ensure continuity of critical health services and ensures continuity of education for our displaced students. It also creates opportunities to secure financial support and resources for those impacted. To stay informed about the emergency, you can go to emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest updates. And I want to echo the gratitude for all those who are on the front lines, as well as their families who are supporting them, waiting for that call. We are giving them all of the support that we have to ensure they come home safely. We are grateful to the volunteers who are showing up, as well as for the additional proclamation by our governor, Gavin Newsom, expanding a special session to provide $1 billion to augment the FEMA response, as well as $1.5 billion to bolster state preparedness efforts. We are in constant communication with the White House, Congress, and our state legislature. All levels of government are aligned to support our community members. We especially appreciate FEMA being on the ground to provide assistance, and together we will rebuild.
They keep saying about how long is it going to take.
FEMA Administrator, Region 9, Robert Fenton Jr.
Well, thank you. Just first, I'd like to talk about some of the actions that we're doing to support LA County, LA City, and all the communities impacted. Our first area is focusing on the response and making sure that all the resources are here that are needed to support the firefighting and ensuring that we're reimbursing all the costs incurred with that effort at 100% as the president directed. The second area we're focused on is really helping those individuals that have been impacted by this fire, and that's where I really want to focus my comments in the discussion today. FEMA's assistance is now available for individuals and households impacted by the fires within the LA County area.
Thanks for being here with us.
Expedited delivery of serious needs assistance. We've already had over 40,000 applications and provided over $8 million. The serious needs assistance is a one-time payment program to help survivors cover costs such as water, food, infant formula, gas, etc., that you may have had since having to be evacuated for the fire.
Thank you, Patricia.
Other forms of FEMA assistance
Thank you so much.
Help with transportation costs, medical bills, personal property.
Let me heart
and
it.
even, unfortunately for some, funeral costs. FEMA will also help with temporary housing, which includes rental assistance, hotel rooms, and other resources, home repairs, and displacement assistance.
Thank you for all you do. God bless you both. Thank you, Patricia, for the donation. That is
Not every member
awesome.
of the family has to apply, just the head of the household.
You rock. Big virtual
And
hug.
if you're renters, where there's multiple renters for a property, as long as you're each on our renters, you could each apply individually.
Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you.
Evacuated and received damages from this fire, go ahead and register at the disasterassistance.gov website. You could call us at 1-800-621-3362, or you can use the FEMA app to register. If you're affected by the fires and have insurance, you should contact your insurance company and file a claim first before coming to FEMA. After you receive your settlement, contact FEMA if you have unmet needs. You need to submit your insurance documentation to receive any FEMA assistance beyond the serious needs assistance if you were insured. FEMA assistance is not a substitute for insurance and cannot cover all the losses caused by disaster. FEMA assistance is intended to really cover your basic needs and help jumpstart the recovery process. Thankfully, to recent legislation, now changes have occurred that allow FEMA to assist those that are underinsured. However, our maximum grants are $43,600, and there's two different categories for those. So that is the maximum assistance we can provide. There's other federal agencies, such as SBA, that could do low interest loans, and there'll be other forms of assistance to help with some of those.
Yeah, it ain't much.
We have FEMA staff at various sites across the community to help you apply for FEMA assistance, and are embedded in the first two local disaster recovery centers opening today at 1 p.m. Again, if you're going to go to the recovery center and seek assistance from FEMA with your application, I'd ask that you start the process and register online so our individuals can help you with your application and bring your registration number and any identification you have. I'm working closely with the state of California and local partners to assess the ongoing situation and determine
Thank you.
what other FEMA support may be most
I don't look
effective
homeless.
to the communities that have been impacted by this fire. One of the things I wanted to address, and the sheriff talked a little bit about it earlier, is fraud. And unfortunately,
Now my face is cold though.
Common after disasters. Why we hope the best from people. Unfortunately, there's some out there that have other objectives in mind. And so please go ahead, and if you hear a fraud, communicate it. Anyone representing FEMA will give you identification if they are talking to you about your application. And we recently launched a rumor webpage on our disasterassistance.gov webpage. And you could go
This
into it
dude
and
breathes
search,
heavy.
common rumors. And there's a list of rumors that
We
are
need to
out
get
there
him a
right now. I just
N92
wanna address a
mask,
couple of those. One of them
N95.
is that we will provide vouchers to help you with housing. All the assistance we provide is financial assistance, and it'll be directly deposited into your account. So we don't provide vouchers. There may be other organizations, nonprofits, that may provide some type of voucher, but we don't at FEMA. Another rumor was that we will cover 100% of the uninsured costs. Again, we provide up to 2 grants at $43,600. Is the maximum assistance we can provide. The state, if you receive a max grant, adds $10,000 to that. There's other federal agencies that can provide assistance above that.
We need to provide him an oxygen tank.
Will only help those that are underinsured, and we can't duplicate benefits from those that are insured. The 100% in the president's declaration was specific to emergency costs for fighting the fire and for the debris removal, which we'll be focusing on in the days ahead, as the mayor outlined in some of her executive orders. And then everyone needs to go ahead and submit an application in order to receive assistance. And
You know they
needs to
will.
make sure they have a registration number, and if you need help, should go to those recovery centers. Lastly, we continue to financially support all the costs associated with the response to the fires, and we have every federal agency here with us available to support any needs that the state, the county, or the local communities affected in the city have. With that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and Chair Catherine Barger thanks the following elected officials for being here today, showing up and showing their support. We have Los Angeles County Supervisor of the 1st District, Hilda Solis, Los Angeles County Supervisor of the 2nd District, Holly J. Mitchell, Congressman George Whitesides, and State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. This is the end of our press briefing. We will do one-on-one briefings. There will be a press gaggle for City Mayor over here on my left. And for other one-on-ones, please approach and we will connect you to the appropriate speaker. Thank you.
And you just heard a news conference from public officials, also fire officials, and FEMA, because now that aid is available to all those fire victims. These next 24 hours, they're underscoring this. are going to be very important, and they're going to require the help of nearly everybody to keep Los Angeles safe as we prep for another major wind event that's happening later on tonight, is when those winds are supposed to really pick up.
Oh,
One of the things
Lord.
that officials did share, though, is that Super Scooper plane that was damaged by a drone. It had some damage to the wing. It's supposed to be back up and running, operational today by 11 a.m., which is really good news, because that's
really
a
good news.
huge
It was hit by a
support.
drone,
And
yeah.
also, you know, they gave us an update on there's 5,200 personnel still assigned to the Palisades fire. The Hearst fire, 799 acres have burned. It's at a 97% containment. And really just driving home that you really need to develop your own wildfire preparedness
beautiful
plan and get
disaster.
your stuff in order if you are in one of those areas that's under an evacuation warning. As much as you may not want to leave your home or your neighborhood, it's important.
Yes,
to just
it's a
be
water
prepared
plane, the
in
one that
case you have
scoops the
to.
water
And the
out
idea
the
that there's
ocean.
expected to 20,000 customers are supposed to have these power safety shutoffs.
Yeah.
So be prepared for that. Charge your devices while you still can, and also keep vigilant as to, looking at your Ring cameras. They're asking people to do that. If you see any suspicious activity, call Crime Stoppers, because they've made a number of arrests since Sunday for possible arson.
If you are somebody out there that is
What
that is
scumbags?
struggling or that has been impacted by this, you can go to recover.lacounty.gov, recover.lacounty.gov, and they've got local assistance there and disaster recovery centers listed there as well.
And they also updated us on some numbers for the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. So we're going to start first in the Palisades, where nearly 24,000 acres have burned since the fire started.
Crazy.
1 week ago today. It is now 17% contained.
Next, the Eaton fire. This fire has burned over 14,000 acres, 35% contained. Crews gearing up for potential problem spots, though, as gusty winds do return. And with that, let's check in with Maria on those winds. Hi.
Yeah,
The
hi,
wind's
good
supposed to
morning.
pick
The
up
winds
tonight.
are still fairly gusty in some spots. We're still picking up pockets where the winds are a bit stronger. And we're going to continue this trend and this pattern through the day today into tomorrow. And then things will really start to diminish. In the meantime, we're picking up some winds near 20-mile-per-hour winds here in Camarillo. These are sustained winds. So wind gusts are actually closer to 40, 9, 10 miles per hour in Oxnard. Not too bad. Still relatively calm considering where we were just a few days ago. And certainly as what we experienced last week in Orange County, not too bad either. Less than 10 miles per hour there in Santa Ana. 22 miles per hour, though, in Ontario. So slightly stronger wind gusts here through parts of the 210 and that 15 driving up through the Cajon Pass. The red flag warnings are still in effect. And in those areas where it's not windy, it's actually quite chilly. In fact, parts of San Bernardino where it is not so windy,
Yes.
the air
We need
temperature
to
is
help
actually quite
Americans
cooler.
first. That's what
18
I've been
degrees cooler
saying.
at this hour than it
We
was
got to help our
yesterday.
people
12
first.
degrees cooler in Burbank. 1 degree cooler up in Lancaster. We still have some freeze warnings and frost advisories that are in effect for another few minutes here through parts of Ontario and Riverside and Temecula. Freeze warning here in Lancaster. So chilly start, especially where there is no wind. We've got a little bit of that colder air mass moving in from the north. Not too much, not quite as much as
Criminal
what we
man,
saw
that's
last week,
good.
certainly with the strong winds out of the northeast, aided by that incredible pool of cold water coming in from Canada.
Like
Right
Walmart.
now, it's 20 in Lancaster, so still below freezing. 58 in Ontario, 15.
Walmart's always been pretty decent about people staying in their parking lots, even when we're RVing and we're in the truck camper. When we travel, we stay at a lot of gas stations, but a lot of Walmarts too, because they'll let you camp out there overnight. It's an empty parking lot. Why do you care if people stay in it? Right? I can understand them during the day, during business hours, not wanting you to fill up the parking lot, but at night, why should they have a problem with people staying? And they've been pretty good about that. The only Walmarts that really don't let you stay is Walmarts that are in resort areas. Okay, like you go to Nag's Head, you can't stay at the Walmart because it's in a resort area. So they have signs that say no overnight camping at the Walmart. But yeah, Walmart's been really good about helping people out like that.
I mean, first question, you actually were evacuated. So how are you and your family holding up?
Depends when you ask.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're playing a game of wiffle ball on the beach and taking like a little brain break from this atrocity, and sometimes we're sobbing and hopeless and don't know what comes next.
It's the full range of emotions for people in all the various stages here as many people are moving through this?
Yeah, it's we're trying to wrap our arms around that that all of these, the pendulum of these emotions is what is necessary. It is also exhausting. It is to be like hopeful and galvanized and strong,
Yes,
and we can do
Walmart has
this
billions.
to, I don't have the answers to any of my children's questions. Matt and I don't have a next step yet, because how can we possibly make a decision when we don't know anything?
Is your home still intact?
Yeah, I'm on the fire line. So
Yeah.
the homes, I'm between Palisades and Santa Monica.
Yeah.
So the next 24 hours are critical. Matt's home is a couple streets behind me. So we're more religious than we've ever been.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But in the midst of all the confusion and the uncertainty that you as a family might be facing, you're actually doing stuff to help other people. So tell us how you give, we cook.
They haven't
they
lost
eat.
their
How does
house
that work?
though.
Yeah, I think,
I don't
you know,
think,
when you
from what you
don't know
said.
anything, I and a lot of my friends, we're just leaning into what we do know. And
I agree with
Matt
that,
and I
sugar.
know how to cook dinner. We know how to serve people. And it actually gives us some sense of control in a landscape where we have no control. In the pandemic, we set up a program called You Give, We Cook, They Eat, where we fed frontline workers and first responders. And so Tuesday evening, when I was driving with the kids and the dogs down to Laguna where we're evacuated, I was wondering what's for dinner. Like everyone around the world wonders what's for dinner. And it's harder to figure out what's for dinner when you don't have a kitchen, or, you know, Matt and I, we can't get into our kitchens. And so I realized we have kitchens at Shemia and at Olivetta, and a lot of people want to help. Like we cannot be helpless here, and we are not helpless. And so we've been able to raise quite a lot of money. And if you text 70 70 70, if you text dinner to 70 70 70, those funds are going to feed families, displaced families, and first responders and frontline workers. I mean, we're able to feed, we're able to make about 500 meals a day. And today we're delivering to displaced families. In the hospitals, you know, a lot of patients are being discharged and they don't have a home to go to. So we're delivering to them in their hotels. Because of our connections to the Palisades, I'm able to find out where a lot of these displaced families are. So if you go to our Instagram site, Shamia_Melrose, and if you say you want to be a driver, if you say you are a family that can receive food, and also especially because when you're a displaced family and your home's burned, you might not even be able to think about dinner. So you can nominate another family who needs dinner, and our drivers will show up at your door with dinner. So we're in
That's
contact
awesome.
with everyone.
There's some good
We
people
need
still
more
left in this
families.
world.
We need people to nominate families. We're delivering to the fire stations and to their outposts. And it's something that, look, I'm not a hero. I'm not an angel. We're doing the only thing that we know how to do right now. And that gives us some sense of calm.
Thank you, Marissa. Thanks for everything that you're doing, especially during this extraordinary time. We're thinking of you. We're sending you big hugs.
And you might not think you're an angel, but you are certainly an example for so many other people out there who are going through this, and for your kids as well, because they're witnessing firsthand, you know, the generosity from their mom.
So you text dinner.
We all are.
Hello,
You know,
good to
my
see you
real
guys.
estate agent friends are
Southern
working around the clock
California.
trying to
Hope
find
you're doing well.
housing for people. My friends who have contacts with wellness brands and beauty brands are setting up supermarkets so that you can go and just grab what you need, because, you know, we went out with the clothes on our back, and if we're lucky to have our homes, we can't go back there. And a lot of us don't have homes, and we need help.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marissa. Thank you so much. We'll be right
They
back.
are rich. Well, the rich people need to be out there helping right now. Okay? I mean, this is the time, you know, you give back to the less fortunate when they need you, you know? So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being rich. A lot of hardworking people are rich, but you need to, you can't forget where you came from, unless you came from money. But anybody that's been broke definitely knows the struggle, how hard it is in this world. And you can see they're dropping a lot of water on these fires, but that water just don't do much. It just don't do much. Jamie Lee Curtis gave $1 million, and you know why? Because she was really infected. She lost her house. You know what I'm saying? She knows her friends and people in that area lost her house, and she's lived there for a long time, and she wanted to help her community. There's a lot of these celebrities that, they're not offering up no money, like it's nothing wrong with being fortunate, right? It ain't nothing wrong with being rich. A lot of people work their ass off to get rich, but you can't forget the poor people, right? That people need help and that we're all family in this world. That's one of the biggest problems I got. Like I said, is there's so many rich people that'll walk past poor people and do nothing to help them. Not even offer them a job, not even offer them anything, some food or just something to make somebody smile. Somebody could be on the edge of jumping off a bridge, and you can say something nice to them, and it may make the difference between life or death. Just kindness is free. It don't cost you nothing to be a kind person. Nothing. Now, if you want to be a generous person, that may cost you a little bit. But being kind in this world is absolutely free. You don't always got to be an asshole, okay? You just don't. So many people are used to everybody. It's such a fast-paced world we live in, and everybody just cares about themselves that they forget the person next to them, right? Or what this person may be going through. You just don't know, right? And like, slow down a little bit. Pay attention to the world we live in. Would you want that to be? What if that was you, right? Does people ever think like that? What if that was me living in that tent? What if that was me hungry? Would somebody help me? And I would hope to God they would.
It is 9 o'clock. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. Gusty winds could be proving a big problem for firefighters. Late last night, 2 more fires broke out. A brush fire in Ventura County burned 55
Man, you can't
acres
take
in
the
Santa
money
Clara
with you.
Riverbed near Oxnard. This was dubbed the auto fire. It broke out around 7 o'clock last night, fanned by the strong winds there. The flames prompted evacuations in the river bottom area, but didn't threaten any structures. Thankfully, firefighters did manage to stop the fire's forward progress.
Another scare in Riverside County where wildfire near the Santa Ana River had firefighters scrambling.
They
last
donated
night.
$1,000.
Broke out near Clay Street and then
Hey,
Buren
big
Boulevard.
spender,
This happened
right?
along the boundary separating Carupa Valley and Riverside. Crews quickly did respond. They did contain the fire. An evacuation
9
warning
a.m.
was
They're
lifted.
just 3 hours
Now
behind
check
us.
on our 2 largest fires in this area. First, the Palisades. Nearly 24,000 acres have burned. It's 17% contained right now, and crews are focusing their efforts on protecting homes in the Mandeville Canyon area ahead of another round of potentially damaging Santa Ana winds today.
Next, the Eaton fire, same situation here. Concerned about those gusty winds. This fire has burned a little.
It's only going to
more
get
than
worse today
14,000
with the
acres.
winds.
It is 35% contained. Speaking of those winds, let's go straight to Maria and she'll fill us in.
Yeah, some good news actually for the most part. I
Them
think
wind and fire
favorable for firefighters
is going
right
to amp
now,
it
not
up.
being too strong, and it looks like they were able to make some forward progression. The stronger winds right now really concentrated through parts of Ventura County up towards Bakersfield. There's also little pockets of gustier winds in the parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire at this hour. We did look at some of the peak wind gusts that occurred overnight and early this morning, and they did get strong as forecast, getting up to about 70 miles an hour, 72 miles an hour to be exact. One of the strongest ones at Magic Mountain Truck Trail. These are the mountains there at San Gabriel Mountains. Sandstone
Comparing
Peak
right
on the
now.
western
Well, be
edge of the
careful.
Santa
We're
Monica
praying for
Mountains
you.
got a wind gust of 60 miles an hour. Fremont
Yes,
Canyon
I took my
and
meds.
Santa Ana Mountains in Orange County, 59. Banning, 55. And Harupa Valley, where that little fire did break out yesterday evening. That wind gust closer to 50 or in the upper 40s there, miles per hour. Strong Santa Ana winds will still be with us today.
Dolly's been taking care of
moderate to
herself.
strong winds, and we're still looking at those high wind gusts close to 60, even 70 miles an hour possible. That wildfire danger, of course, still very high, extreme, in fact, with those red flag warnings in effect, and that means rapid fire growth potential. If we were to get a spark, you would get a fire, and it would spread rapidly under these very windy conditions. In the meantime, temperatures are cool. 65 in Burbank, 16 Las Vegas, 66.
The weather
Palm
looks
Springs,
good
if you're
there
headed
today.
there.
60.
Again,
It's
we've got
cold
a slew
here.
of advisories and alerts. We'll go over them in detail, but it does include those high wind warnings and red flag warnings. I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thank you. The search continues this morning for dozens of missing people in the wake of
That's
the
sad.
fires. The official death toll stands at 24.
24
Sheriff
people.
Robert Luna says 24 individuals remain unaccounted for at this point, and mostly in the Eaton and Palisades fire zones. Fox's Stephanie Ramirez is live in Santa Monica this morning with the very latest. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning. And earlier this morning, we were at a checkpoint at South 26th Street showing the National Guard and 2 Humvees not letting members of the public into the red zone. Now, with the sun out, we've been able to move in a little more just to show you what we're seeing with just within this red zone here. You see the garage here saying thank you, firefighters and police and National Guard. Use pool water if needed. There's another message on the sidewalk here. But as authorities just said, still very dangerous time. Now that we know the heavier winds are expected this afternoon into tomorrow, we've been talking with folks who are very frustrated trying to get to their homes. This morning when the curfew was in effect, and again, the National Guard turning those folks away, they were only allowing people with certain credentials, first responders, people working security or doing any kind of maintenance work. But they also had to show identification. You just can't say you're here to do something and they're going to let you in. Guys, I also want to talk about the fire, the Palisades fire especially, hearing some good news this morning, because earlier this morning we were noting and reporting that it was about 14% contained, but as you mentioned, it's now up to about 17% contained, still nearly 23,000 acres of fire destroyed, land and homes and businesses destroyed. And so that's why officials have been working extra hard with the threat of hurricane force winds pushing that fire even further. They've been working extra hard to make sure they're clearing the brush around surrounding homes that could potentially be in the way of that threat. That is on one front. The other front is still that recovery effort that you just mentioned. We know at least 6 people are still missing in just the Palisades fire alone. And then we have at least 8 people who lost their lives sadly in this. I did speak with a worker this morning who was there 1 week ago when the flames were encroaching. He spoke with us this morning trying to get back to the property that he works at. Here's what he told us.
It was really bad last Tuesday. Can describe it. Sorry. But right now we're okay. We're trying to bring it up together, put things in order, do the cleanup, and we don't have a power in the house. We don't have internet. We don't have water because pipe is broke. So I need to fix it and trying to come back to normal. There's something we have to do it, regardless what happened before. Our life has to keep going, regardless what the problem is.
I guess speaking of that bravery especially, just want to show you, there is a postal worker here. We also saw trash trucks come through. It is very jarring to see those services still moving with the emergency that is happening within this area. Do have some good news. The Super Scooper airplane in the press conference, it was announced that that plane is going to be back in action at 11 o'clock this morning, but also want to note the FBI is still asking for help trying to find the drone operator responsible for the damage. I'll send it back into you.
Yeah, Stephanie, that's what's really fascinating when you look around and you notice that life is still going on. At the same time, we're in this emergency situation. It's this strange juxtaposition. And just as that man said, you have to keep going. He hasn't even had time to really process the loss.
Absolutely. A lot of brave work happening.
Thank you for that. So you did report that the containment there at the Palisades has grown. Same situation in the Eaton fire. That containment line has grown to 35%, but the progress does come a little too late for so many families there. I mean, they are going out there. They're finding that their homes are a total loss along with all of their possessions.
That's right. And Mario Ramirez is live out there in Altadena with the very latest on the fire and the recovery. What are you seeing, Mario?
Yeah, talking with a family who was in their home for over 50 years before it burned down. I'm talking with Coach AD, Adonis Jones, as well as his wife Denise and daughter Rochelle. Now, I want to start with you, Coach AD. You've been in this home for over 5 decades, and it's been a week since the fire started. You all evacuated. How are you processing what's been happening here?
It's still a nightmare. You know, it's still a nightmare. The process is really, really tough. It's like, where do you go? You know, what do you do? The things you lost, like I said, I still can't imagine this happening to anybody, but it happened to us. So the best thing to do, we did dealing with it. But the process is tremendously draining. It's just unreal.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are still trying to figure out what's next, what to do at the current moment. So this was a beautiful home. We have pictures that people will be seeing before and after the devastation. What, of course, you lost the structure, but what memories are you holding on to at the home, Denise?
You know, I've been raised there since childhood, so just all memories. I mean, the good, the Christmases together, the barbecues, the family gatherings. It was where everybody came together, our whole family and friends, you know. And we still have those memories. We don't have the structure, but we have the memories.
And what do you want people to know about this community dealing with heartbreak right now?
It's a beautiful community. Like I said before, we're all like one big family. We know everybody knows us, and even if we don't know them, you know, it's always, hi, how you doing? You know, smiles. It's the community, it's family, you know? Yeah.
Rochelle, you started a GoFundMe already, over $50,000. Are you surprised by the support here from the community?
I wouldn't say that I'm surprised by the support, because it's a community that's like tightly knit, and just different people love on one another, and there are still beautiful people in the world that are out there that are helping, and it just like, it really just
I was
really
muted.
means a lot to me that
My
somebody
bad.
would come and support my parents during this time. Somebody loved.
Did you see the gazebo wasn't burnt, but everything else around it was? That was crazy.
And we're hearing so many stories like this. We will continue to hear the stories of devastation and heartbreak here in Altadena. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
So many stories, Mario. Thank you.
Lean on me is not a
Edison
troll.
is facing new lawsuits near Pasadena over the deadly Eaton fire. The lawsuits claim Edison's poor power maintenance sparked that fire. Witnesses reported seeing flames near its equipment, and now homeowners, renters, and businesses are seeking accountability.
Oh, Lord.
Edison's parent company has seen its shares drop 12%, and in a statement to our newsroom, SoCal Edison denies responsibility, saying its lines were off before the Eaton fire started. They say, quote,
Why would that be?
Our hearts remain with our
Why would their
community
power
during the
be off
devastating
before the
fires in
fire
Southern
started?
California, and we remain committed to supporting them through this difficult time. SCE crews, contractors, and mutual assistance partners are dedicated to safely restoring power to
Wow, they're saying the power line
All
started
right,
the
coming up,
fire.
Orange County businesses are coming together to support fire relief efforts. So Amanda will be here to explain how you can check them out.
All right, let's mute that. That is crazy. They're saying that the fire was started by the power lines. Look at this. Oh, rolling blackouts. They got to have someone to blame. Yeah. Well, something's responsible. You know, I don't know exactly what, but something's responsible. What's up, Map? Glad you're okay. Look at these water dropping planes. That's pretty cool. So these fires are burning pretty good still. So thank you guys for everybody that's been hitting like. We got 1,170 likes. So if you're coming in and you ain't liked the video yet, make sure you give the video a like, share it on your X or your Facebook. Okay. What did I just do? All right. We have a little bit of, we got everything pulled up, all the major news channels, just in case anything happens. Look at this devastation. Look at that, guys. Just wow. That is like one of those wow moments. And look, everything burned down but the trees. That's weird. How the hell did the trees not burn down? It seems so odd. Like you can see the trees, but the houses next to them are burnt down. Mel Gibson is suspicious of the fires. I bet you a lot of people are suspicious. Like, how did the trees not burn down? That seems so crazy that the houses can burn down, but the trees didn't.
Okay.
Trees or wet wood. Okay. Man, that just seems wild. Everything around it burnt down, but the trees didn't. Wet. Okay. I'm going to take your word for it, but that shit looks odd to me. All the trees are still standing, but everything around is gone. They still got green leaves on them. Housewood dryer, yeah. Good Lord. Look at that devastation. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look, that house is still standing. Everything is completely burnt down, completely all the way around it. And that house is all intact. That's just unbelievable. You still got palm trees. You saw some trees burnt. Okay. PJ says I wasn't born yesterday, but you're a conspiracy theorist by heart, PJ. All the celebrities participated in the Diddy stuff and breathing a sigh of relief. The evidence. That's what P. Diddy was talking about when he said get rid of the pizza boxes. Okay? Get rid of the pizza. That's what they did. They got rid of the pizza boxes.
At these LA fires, saying, quote, "My focus remains on supporting the recovery of these communities and aiding that it's incredible people as they rebuild."
Well, they're using the Rose Bowl too as a staging center for so many of these fire resources. So it would be hard to find a venue.
So all these out of town
last minute.
Pasadena, directly affected by
He burnt the pizza boxes. That's right, Mab. He said get rid of the pizza boxes.
Now on the east side of the fire. They have a lot of space.
Hold on, I got two things planned.
All right, Amanda, thank you. So coming up, concerns are growing over price gouging, of course, during these fires. Howell County DA
it's like to see here.
responding
But
to
fire
this.
crews
Plus,
have
a new
their
interactive map gives homeowners a look at the conditions of their property in the Palisades and Eaton evacuation zones. We'll show you how it works.
Okay, well, I could look at that.
surprised to see that because the home was pretty much going up in flames already. So I'm surprised they did that. But
Boom!
they are
Right on.
probably
Good shot.
doing that to cool the fire down and to stop it from spreading a little bit further. And you could see there's another water drop coming now. This appears
It didn't
to be,
do much.
one
So
of the
it didn't
Firehawk
do
helicopters,
much.
and they are going to make a targeted and precise
Look at that. Didn't
water
even
drop
slow it
right on
down.
that balcony. And you could see it's putting most of those flames out, even though the house, at this point, it's going to be a total loss, but they're trying to prevent it from lighting those bushes on fire.
Man, it didn't stop much of that water. It did put out the gazebo. Look at that smoke. The devastation from this fire is just unbelievable. I've never seen nothing like it. Me, myself, personally, like I said, I live on the East Coast. We don't see things like this. Now, we see national disasters, hurricanes. I've seen some stuff flooded where, people are drowning on their rooftops. But I've never seen a fire like this. And that link, guys, I just posted, that is our search fund. Okay. Right here. If you want to help out, make sure you throw stop signs in the chat so I can thank you.
Entirely. This whole street gone. 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 There's nothing left. Nothing left.
I mean, I don't know if JLR is, but I may, after this devastation, after this fire ends, I may have to go out there and check out the devastation for myself, because time this is done, most of California is going to burn. The winds are picking up tonight. These fires are going to spread even worse tonight. So we're going to see a lot of new fires tonight, a lot of new stuff burned down, which is tragic. $770 is not much money. It's not 1940. I mean, if it was 1940, $700 sounds like a lot. But in this day and age, that is not much money whatsoever. Okay?
Warning or order. And please, double check to make sure that your cellular device does not have your emergency alerts silenced.
Okay, we checked that out already.
And our brush. So critical fire weather continuing because of those gusty winds combined with low relative humidity values. And it's a particularly dangerous situation here, considering that we have just had this consistently since last week, Tuesday. High wind warning still in effect for a large part of Ventura and LA County mountains out towards the San Gabriel Mountains as well. Those wind gusts still potentially near 50 to 60, even 70 miles an hour. Slightly weaker winds, but gusty nonetheless, and still dangerous through parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire in San Diego, those gusts nearing 50 miles an hour. Just a reminder about having that evacuation game plan in place with your family, particularly during this time when we have these red flag warnings. The difference between the evacuation warning and the order, the warning, that means there's a potential threat to life and property. So you want to gather your go bag. And the order basically means that threat
The
is
problem is there's no hotels. If you went out there, where would you stay?
coming up just a bit. We'll talk about the chance for some showers in a few moments. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. While many are looking to help those impacted by the wildfires, some people, unfortunately, are looking to make a quick buck. LA County District Attorney
Scammers
says that he is aware of price gouging and scams related to the fire recovery effort. The DA's office says it is investigating reports of price gouging for housing, medical items, and other supplies. California law prohibits raising the cost of goods and services over 10% during an emergency. By the way, that law does cover hotel rooms and rental housing. Penalties include fines up to $10,000 or up to a year in jail or both. If you suspect you're being taken advantage of, you can call that number 1-800-593-8222, 1-800-593-8222.
All right, let me show you a really great resource. LA County has rolled out and released a new interactive map to help residents assess damage caused by the devastating Eaton and Palisades fires. So users can search specific addresses to see how their property was impacted, or click on the homes along their street. Okay, so it'll show you different dots here: red, green, black. So some highlighted in red shows the home is considered destroyed, with more than half the property damaged. So all you need to do is click on that red icon and see right here. You click on it and the photo attached right here shows you the extent of the damage. So you can see this one is completely destroyed. Again, that's the red dot. And you can go through this and click on others as well.
The map also shows homes which are highlighted in orange there, meaning major damage. Yellow means minor damage. Green, impacted. Basically, it is affected somewhat. And black, no damage. The data based on preliminary inspections and will be updated as more information does come in. To use this tool yourself, you just visit our website, foxla.com/links. Then you will click on LA County Recovers. LA County Recovers, and you can get that information.
It's a really useful resource. All right, in response to the Palisades fire, the LA Fire Department has issued parking restrictions, and they apply to Topanga State Park and West Ridge Canyon Back Wilderness Park as well. There are also warnings issued for surrounding areas, and the move is aimed at ensuring emergency vehicles can access critical areas quickly and safely. Fire crews are still battling hot spots and working to prevent the flames from spreading as strong Santa Ana winds pick up throughout the week. So authorities are urging residents and visitors alike to adhere to
no
these
rain.
restrictions
Yeah,
to
a
help
little
prevent
rain would
and
help out the
protect
situation a
lives and
lot.
property.
More help on the way for families affected by the wildfires. Yesterday, LA County Parks began offering some free care camps for kids and teens impacted by the Eaton fire. Camps run weekdays through January 31st, providing a safe space for kids to learn and to play while parents focus on recovery. Programs are available for ages 5 to 17 with meals and snacks included. There are currently 4 camps located. Okay, so here they are. You've got the
But the trees were wet.
Park.
Yeah,
This
right.
is in Duarte. You have Arcadia Park, that is right there, the LA County Arboretum, Crescenta Valley Park, and Descanso Gardens. Probably a screen grab for this would be most helpful. Or, of course, this is all on our website as well. For more information on how to register and times, that's right, go to our website,
We're glad you're safe.
foxla.com, and you can get all that information there.
All right, coming up, LA City and County officials update the public on their emergency response. We'll have the very latest information coming up after the break.
All right. Let's jump over to this. Yeah, if your home burns down, you still own the land. $750 and a tent, right? Terrible.
So this is an entire.
This is. What's up, PJ?
Entirely. It's all
Oh.
free. Gone.
Hey, buddy. You come say hi to everybody. You come say hi to everybody.
Nothing left.
Say hey. Say hey to everybody. You say hi. The French Bulldog wants to say hi. Wrangler. Oh, Rangy. Say hey, Rangy. Say hey. Say hey to everybody. Give him the paw wave. Give him the paw wave. All right. You're famous now. Wrangler's so cute. Yeah, he's a cool dog. He's my buddy. Nice work. I don't.
Good morning and welcome. Coming up on 9:30 on this Tuesday morning, I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. We are continuing to monitor the two largest fires in our region.
Nearly 24,000 acres have burned since the fire began 1 week ago today. It is now 17% contained.
Next, the Eaton fire, which has burned a little more than 14,000 acres and is 35% contained. Crews are bracing themselves in case high winds help fuel the wildfires burning in our area.
Be prepared and leave when you're told to. Those are the two key messages officials want to hammer home this morning.
We are preparing for another round of powerful winds and fire danger. Coco McAvoy is live in downtown LA with the very latest. Coco.
Good morning. These are really the big takeaways from the media briefing that just wrapped up about 30 minutes ago or so. As you mentioned, the Palisades fire now stands at 17% containment. The Eaton fire is at 35% containment. We have learned that there are 24 confirmed deaths. And the big concern for today is that we're expecting heavy winds, and the worst time is this afternoon into Wednesday. Of course, that's increasing our fire danger once again. We're told that the winds combined with low humidity and fuel moisture will mean that fire threat is high for the LA region. And that means in wildfire-prone areas, there could be power shutoffs to prevent fires. LA City Fire Chief Crowley also says they are planning ahead for potential fires, meaning they are strategically placing fire engines in areas that aren't yet impacted by fires, but are wildfire-prone. Therefore, firefighters can respond quickly if they need to. We've also learned there have been 3 arson arrests outside of the fire zones too, so that continues to be a concern as well. LA Mayor Karen Bass signed an executive order to speed up the rebuilding process, and she spoke about that during the briefing, but she was also asked about if there was anything she or other leaders could have done to make this situation better beforehand, and here's how she responded.
Let me just say that while I'm in the midst of it, I'm not looking back. However, and I have said this on a daily basis, when we are past this, which I am hopeful and prayerful that we are talking about another couple of days and no longer than that, we are going to do a deep dive and evaluate everything. But I do not think that now is the time to do this.
Hey, Dolly, it's Ellie Bell. How are you? Good. I'm in California. I just wanted to call and let you guys know that I'm okay. Yeah, I'm in Ventura County, We had a little fire off of in Ventura. I don't know if you guys talked about it yet.
I was muted. Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, it's okay. We had a little fire last night in Ventura, and it was in a riverbed. And on my way home from work, I could see it off in the distance.
Yeah, we were watching it.
Yeah, the riverbed. I just woke up, so I'm like, oh wow, I gotta let him know.
Car fire is what they're saying started that in the riverbed. I don't know how a car fire starts a riverbed on fire, but I guess it happened.
Yeah. It's just crazy out here.
Yeah, I heard they pretty much have that fire, out, but they still don't consider it contained. But I guess the flames are out.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's stuck in a riverbed, and when I was watching it last night when I got home, it seemed like it wasn't going to go anywhere because where it's at, it's like stuck in a riverbed. It's not near any homes or anything.
Yeah.
So they had all the firefighters, aircraft out there, and it's a relief to see them. They're on it like that. So anyway, I just wanted to call and let you guys know that I'm okay, and
awesome.
We're all strong out here. So
you're going to need to be, because this is pretty devastating.
Yes, it is. It's scary because, I have to watch the weather every morning because I have to go to work in Ventura and downtown Ventura, where I'm at. I'm in like Thousand Oaks area, which is quite a ways, like maybe 30 minutes from downtown Ventura.
Yeah.
So if we have to watch the gusts, and when I go to work, we have to go down like a grade, and we have to watch the wind gusts and stuff. It's scary.
Yeah, it's supposed to get windy tonight. I know that. And if with that, they're predicting the fires are going to pick back up. So hopefully they get some of this under control before the winds get too bad tonight.
Yeah, I'm watching the wind right now where I'm at. I'm actually in Newbury Park, which is on top of the hill of Camarillo. We're okay here. But when you go down a Camarillo grade, the wind gusts, it's like in a mountain grade, and the wind gusts can get really bad.
Yeah.
Last week, Tuesday night, when I was coming home from work, the gusts were so bad, Dolly, my car almost flipped.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I called my mom, and she's like, you know what you do is you get 2 cinder blocks and you put them in the trunk of your car. It weighs your car down. And it helps keep more weight in your car so it doesn't move around as much. So I got 2 cinder blocks in my trunk.
If it helps, it helps. Whatever weighs the car down. Yeah. Sandbags. I've heard people putting sandbags in their trunk to weigh the car down.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Especially when your car's really fast and it gets a little squirrely.
Yeah, I have to slow down. Yesterday I took the back way home because I was scared. I didn't want to go up the Camarillo grade.
Oh, okay. Well, we're definitely glad you're safe and everything's good with you. And I'm definitely glad they put that fire out, and you don't have to worry about that spreading right there in Ventura. And most of these fires, it seems like they're doing a pretty good job on it. But, these helicopters that are fighting the fires right now, they're going to be grounded later tonight.
Yeah.
Because of the winds. So they better get out what they can right now before it gets too late into the evening and these fires spread even worse.
Yeah, we got a lot of, from what I've been seeing, we've got a lot of ground crews up there from all over, from other states coming out and helping us out, which is really good.
Okay.
Really good thing.
Okay. Well, look, hey, I appreciate you calling in. I got to talk to PJ for a second. She's getting ready to leave for work, but I appreciate you calling and sharing with us.
Okay. Tell PJ I say hi.
Okay. She can hear you.
Hi, PJ.
All right.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye.
All right. Give me 1 second. Let me turn this up, and I'll be right back with you guys.
Off those hillsides, you can kind of see it off there in the distance. They kind of see that haze in the air, and that is basically the ash starting to move around down there off those hillsides. But as far as the wind event goes, it's still we are still having one. But as far as those high winds, we're not seeing that as of yet. But of course, you know, Maria says it too. Could change at any minute right now. But this is the Palisades fire at this very moment, and there's still so many crews down there basically making sure that those little hot spots like the one we saw in Topanga are taken care of and taken care of quickly. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to you all in the studio.
Yeah, that blowing ash is going to be a big concern as health officials say that the air quality might certainly change where you are. And in just 30 minutes or so, the LA County Board of Supervisors is expected to ratify a local emergency declaration. The board chair, Catherine Barger, signed the declaration last week, but it still needs to be approved by the full board. So these proclamations allow immediate access to resources and funds needed to fight the fires and support the impacted community. The board is also expected to ratify a curfew order from 6 in the evening to 6 a.m. for evacuation zones and consider a motion that would establish two specific funds, the Business Interruption Fund for owners impacted and the Worker Recovery Fund for those who may not qualify for unemployment benefits like independent contractors or self-employed workers.
Federal investigators are in Southern California to investigate the cause of the Palisades fire. The ATF's National Response Team will operate in two teams. One will look into the scene damage, the debris, and the burn patterns. The other will gather surveillance video, digital evidence, and witness statements. Investigators tell us they are very confident in what the ATF teams are here to accomplish.
This is the same group that was responsible for investigating the Aliso Viejo bombing, the same group responsible for investigating the fire on the Conception boat that resulted in the death of 34 people. They get the job done, and I'm confident their investigation will be
$700,000 a year? Good Lord, Terry.
LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced
Hey,
more
Cable.
arrests related to the fires.
Yeah, yesterday, Nathan Hochman announced the arrest of 10 people, 9 for looting and 1 for arson. So here's how it breaks down. 3 people were charged for breaking into a home in Mandeville Canyon last Wednesday
Put 'em
morning.
under the jail.
Until Thursday, DA Nathan Hochman says they stole more than $200,000 in property. All 3 of them are repeat offenders. So under the 3-strike rule, 2 of them could face life in prison. if
That's what they
convicted.
get.
The other faces up to 22 years since it would be his second offense.
In Altadena, a man and a woman accused of burglarizing 2 homes. They're each facing 2 counts of burglary, which carries a maximum of 12 years in prison if convicted. 4 others arrested for breaking into another home. Hochman says most of that property has been recovered, but did not elaborate on the possible prison time for those guys.
And the last arrest involves a case of arson out of Azusa. This video from the DA's office shows the arrest of a man at Pioneer Park for starting fires there. This man faces 9 years in prison. Hochman stressed that this arrest is not connected to any of the major wildfires we've been covering. He also said he expects to announce more arrests and promised suspects would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Wow.
Coming up, a California insurance lawyer is joining us after the break to talk about the steps homeowners can take to get some control over this situation.
How to make sure that you are not taken advantage of by your insurance company. That's next.
Okay. So right there, you seen it. All these people arrested for, burglary, arson, and all these crazy things. Seems a little insane, right? That you would be out there starting fires when already we got over 21 plus people dead. We got like 17 missing in one neighborhood. So we know the death toll is going to rise. There's a couple people on the missing list that they found their bodies, but they just haven't ID'd them yet. So we know a couple people on that. We know the death toll is going to go up in this. People are just idiots. I mean, just absolute idiots to be doing things like this in a national disaster. We hear the people were 3rd-time offenders under California still has the 3-strike law, to where 3 strikes, you're out. You go to prison for life. So 2 of those people arrested for that burglary are going to go to prison for the rest of their life. Right? People murder people and don't go to jail for the rest of their life. Okay. So they're going to prison for the rest of their life. The other person has two charges, and he's facing 22 years. Is it worth it? Right? What could be in a house that's worth the rest of your life in prison? All right, for these people out here looting and breaking into things, and they don't even sound like they're doing looting charges. They sound like they're doing burglary charges. Carries longer in prison. So you got people setting fires, breaking into stuff. You know, now ain't the time to do it. And usually California, what most of the country thinks is the most lenient on crime, right now sounds like they're being the toughest on crime. And that's what needs to happen. Okay. You need to be tough on crime to stop people from doing this. This is a time when you should be helping your neighbors, not stealing from your neighbors. It seems just crazy to me that people be doing this. This one dude arrested in the park for arson. You know how long they're going to put him in prison right now with people dying in the fires, and you out there starting fires, even if it's unrelated, right? Even if it's unrelated to the other fires, you're still going to prison for so long that you're never going to start. And when you see a big lighter, you'll start to shiver. Okay. That's how long they're going to put some of these people in prison. Now I'm going to get ready to wrap up, guys, and I'm going to take me about an hour lunch break, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to be discussing Sebastian Rogers, and I'm going to be discussing Leilani Simon. It's going to be a 2-for-1. Okay. So roughly about, I say 2:00, I will be back with you guys live for another live stream. So if you're out there and you tuned in, I will be back maybe later tonight covering the fires and who's been arrested and a little more details and stuff like that. You're more than welcome to join me then. But make sure you sub up, ring that bell for notifications. If you haven't yet, go ahead and give this video a like. And, you know, and in the comment box, tell me, what do you think about wet trees? Okay. House is burning, but the trees ain't. We got wet trees. Okay. I want to know about these wet trees in the comment box down below. And look, guys, be safe. All my viewers that are in Cali, like Mab and other people, please be careful. That, you know, not just from the fire, because I know some of y'all are not in the fire areas, but just the air quality and, you know, going out and breathing in this stuff. You know, I'm trying to keep my turtles alive for long as I can. So don't be out there breathing that nasty air. Try to get some filters on your heating and air conditioned systems in your house. And be careful. And just remember, if nobody else loves you, Dolly does. Peace. And I'll see you guys in like an hour and 15 minutes. Okay. So an hour, 2:00 Eastern Standard Time. I'll be back live on this channel covering Sebastian Rogers and Leilani Simon. Be there with me. Peace.